Match number 3 of day 4 of USPL 2023. Chicago Patriots locking horns with Carolina Eagles. We're coming to you live from the beautiful Broward County Stadium, which assumes a different kind of beauty under lights here in Florida. You've seen a sensational game just now. Yes, it was truncated, but New Jersey Titans couldn't chase it down in 5 overs despite Andres House starting well, because Maryland Mavericks held their nerve and Kevin Stout had other plans. I'm Suhas Vedam, joined by Mike Hazeman. Warm welcome. This skyline, I tell you, just makes you fall in love all over again, and there's definitely a camera person as well who's romancing this, and our director Eddie too is romancing this. So beautiful. And as beautiful as that skyline as well is this surface, which has played well.
It has played well, and it's been dry from the start of the day today, after all the 10 inches of rain we had yesterday. Dry all day today, and it's been on the slow side, there's no doubt about that. It might have been a little bit quicker, actually, as that first game went on a little bit. There was perhaps the ball was just getting a little bit damp also and sliding on a fraction off that short rain break also. But the pitch is fine.
Just moments ago, Mike Hazeman was down there with the two captains.
All right, so we are going to start should be the third game or the second game of the day.
And then the flip of the coin battle. Looks like Gajanan didn't give it a flip, he actually gave it a spin. And leg spin did not fall in his favor. Angelo Pereira says that he wants to bowl first. Every captain who's won the toss has said he wants to bowl first. First one to realize that might have not been the right plan was Harmeet Singh. Otherwise, everything's gone according to plan for the people winning the toss too. Carolina Eagles would be captained by Gajanan Singh. Rajdeep would be behind the wicket, and in front of it as well is excellent. Goranshu would want to get going in this game. Yasir is quite a handful. Stephen Cutwaru is brilliant again. Look how many keepers they have. Sachin's out there, Shiva, Kestrick Williams and the notebook. Anderson, Dexter Sheen and Sean Hackett. He can whack the ball a long way and bowl some good deliveries in between as well. 3 substitutes as well that they've named.
Gajanan Singh, by the way, also wanted to bowl first, but didn't get that opportunity. Let's look at the Chicago Patriots. Joshua Tromp has been a key player. Angelo Pereira has looked good at times, but he's, as a captain, he just needs to kick on a little bit more, I think, just to keep things going. Nishish Kumar has been in good nick, so he's a key player with the bat. Shadley van Skolkwyk has been good. Akalesh has been terrific with his spin, and Shahan Jayasura has also done a fine job, but Jamar was the star of the last show by some distance.
Ryan Khan Patan is named one of the substitutes. Matthew Tromp is another. Stephen Cutwaru will open the batting for Carolina Eagles. Season campaigner, loves the USPL setup as well, even in the first one was sensational. Stephen Cutwaru would want to start this campaign with a lot of runs.
And the good news is the weather is fine at this stage, and there is no rain expected for the rest of the day. So if anything happens to sweep in, it'll come in pretty quickly and then disappear. It's always a little bit difficult when there's a dark sky. You can't see the clouds are starting to build up, so we are trusting that forecast, because you want to get a full 20 over game in. That's what you want to get.
Yeah, we're yet to get that one for sure, and we will tick that away. And maybe this game, Carmine LaRue, he's been sensational, that extra bit of bounce. And we've talked about the lights and how it seems as if it's fireflies coming towards you. It's a beautiful place, this Fort Lauderdale. First ball from Carmine, extra bounce is something that he swears by. Runs on the board as well for Carolina Eagles.
Yeah, he's tall. He's got a good strong action as well. He's not lightning quick by any means, but he's a big lad, that's for sure.
Yeah, we're keeping the word lightning away for a while.
Yeah, sorry, he's not very quick by all means. But he's strong, but yeah, he's got some extra inches on the other guys. And he's got a really important job, and again, we've seen from the left-arm seamers in this tournament already the value of them opening with a new ball in a T20 format.
Oh, good ball. It's again that length which will trouble the batter. A hint of movement after pitching as well. Rajdeep has got a good start before this, so he will walk out with a lot of confidence here.
And that's the job of the Chicago Patriots, to keep him nice and quiet, to make sure that he doesn't get away, to make sure he struggles a bit to get away.
Leroux's got that cutter as well, and that's exactly why the captain has trusted him with a slip, which moments ago was not one but two slips.
Quite nice to see the swing. Left arm quick, swing the ball back in. That's handy.
Now, we've seen two kinds of left arm quicks. One where they approach with a lot of pace and then go through that popping crease with a grunt as well. Then there's Carmine Leroux, who literally ambles in and conjures up a delivery but hits the right length. Big swing and a miss.
That's the weapon they have. First couple of deliveries were swinging in towards him. That one, he just, that was intentional. Out there to drive, have a dip at it, see if you can nick one through to the keeper or through to the slip. Perhaps it was a little bit wider than anticipated, but it went straight across. There was no movement back in towards the right-hander.
Interestingly, the wind has died down too. Oh well, any other day he could have chopped it on. It's a dangerous, dangerous length. Rajdeep's little itchy to get off the mark.
As he would be after 4 dot balls in a row. Single off the first. And he took strike and then 4 dot balls. T20 cricket, doesn't matter who you are, you've just got to make sure that scoreboard keeps ticking over, keep turning over, change the strike from time to time. Share the pressure in the middle.
That's a beautiful thought there. Share the pressure. That's struck well. And will have the fuel to go for 4 as well. Carmine Leroux has messed up the last delivery. Rajdeep's off the mark. Eagles 5 without a wicket after 1. The Patriots winning the toss and choosing to field first. Angelo Pereira, the skipper, he needs to get some runs under his belt, and this would be a great game for him to do so, because going ahead in the tournament, the team will look up to you. You want to be a performing captain. Gajanand Singh, on the other hand, played a sensational innings where he made a comeback after losing an early wicket. Shadley Scorquick, so many times in the power play. He's been the go-to man.
I think they've got a good bowling lineup, the Chicago Patriots. They've perhaps got batsmen that need to help Nitish Kumar, but I think they've got a very good bowling lineup. Akhilesh as well.
Yeah, after the inclusion of Akhilesh, it's looked more solid because that spin bowling option has been sensational. He's also developed a new delivery. It's terrific, that last shot that he played of the previous over.
I think that was going for 4 wherever it was, or that was the plan from the batsman, and he hit it beautifully through the covers. It was on the up, driving on the up. It's a fine stroke, it really is. Nicely played. That'll give him a nice boost of confidence.
Wanted to play that single. Very gently tapped there. Rajdeep would be looking for a bigger denomination almost right away. If you fancy some football, then you could come alongside. If you have hopelessly fallen in love like Mikey and I have done with cricket, then you can come to the cricket ground. Soccer is what it's very promptly correct.
I was going to ask you. I didn't know what you were talking about. You were saying football. Americans talk soccer. Other way around.
Well controlled. And a very good result.
Yeah, he's dealing in boundaries. A couple of very strong shots. No great pace from Shadley van Scorquick. Length is on the short side on this sort of surface. He's going to sit up a little bit. There's no pace in this surface either, which is absolutely fine considering all the hard work the ground staff had to put in yesterday, considering all the rain we did have. Anything short on this track, because of the slowness, will sit up and be invited to be hit.
Oh, good ball. Good comeback by Shadow. He has this tendency to bowl a heavy ball as well. Now, for all the youngsters listening and watching, Mikey, if you can explain the heavy ball.
It's quite simple. It's someone that if you're facing him, and no one really knows it until you face the person, and then the word spreads. If you're facing someone, it tends to hit the bat harder than what you anticipate. That's the definition of a heavy ball.
And how much the keepers like it when it carries, then it thuds into their gloves. Shatley would want to rattle some timber at this stage. The slow ball is working. Again, a very good delivery. Just curtailing the options of Rajdeep.
So I'm talk about the last two deliveries. The delivery before the last one just seemed to weigh a fraction. It pitched around about middle and off and just seemed to weigh a fraction. It was a really good delivery from Shadow, and the right length. That was the important thing. He got it right from the previous ball, was hit for 4. That one angled in towards the batsman, so he's mixing it up quite a bit.
This time commits the same mistake. No, you're not watching the replay of the third delivery. It's just Rajdeep being so accurate with the shots. 2 gone, 14 without a wicket.
Here.
14 without a wicket in 2 overs. We've seen in the previous game already that impact player is adding a great strategic dimension to cricket in USPL 2023. This was the last ball of the previous over where he read the length early again. Even if you're fractionally short, he will pull and pull to perfection, Mikey.
Yeah, it was a fine shot. It was an action replay of the second ball earlier and a couple of good balls in between those, but not a good couple of deliveries, particularly the last one when the first one disappeared in the same fashion.
Who's been the go-to man when Patriots need wickets? It's Ali Sheikh. He'll operate in the power play. He'll operate in the death. He can also be a partnership breaker. This man's worth his weight in gold for Chicago Patriots. A little bit of ball watching by the non-striker. Katvaru is quite content picking up singles at this stage. Rajdeep's dealing in boundaries. The Eagles in 13 deliveries are 15 without a wicket. That was a good release as well. And it's very important while you're looking at the ball to take oral cues as to which end you want to throw at. Oh, that's hit hard. That's hit high. Clean swing of the bat from Rajdeep.
Another boundary. That's a fine stroke, really is. In the power play, obviously, only 2 allowed outside the circle. There's never anyone about 10 yards behind the advertising triangle who can catch a legitimate catch.
He just knew how hard he'd hit it as well. Just knew it was going to travel. Had to check his shot in the end, I felt. Ali Sheikh prefers a little wide a long off, even on tracks that don't turn as much. 8 of the first 3 deliveries.
Yes.
Milking the bowling at this stage. Katvaru, it's important that he does not let pressure build from one end.
Really good work against Ali Sheikh. 6 off the second ball, 3 singles off the other. So already 9 runs off this over, still a couple of balls to go. So this is good work. If they can put him on the back foot, it's a good start.
Good shot. He certainly saved at least 2 runs.
Really nice buzz in the field for the Chicago Patriots too, by the way. Lots of encouragement, particularly from the keeper Hamilton. He's got plenty to say behind the sticks.
I think, Mike, that it's become an unwritten rule for a keeper to be chirpy these days. Stump Mike is our third co-commentator.
Not all makes sense though.
Is it the Aussie side in you speaking or the South African one? Gentle sled just wants that single. and he will get there. It's very frustrating for the keeper. 24 without a wicket in 3. This is a good single. Three overs, 24 for no loss. That's how the points table looks like. The Mavericks, having played 4, have found a victory. 5 points for them. Phillies United number 2. Number 3 versus number 5 is what's going on. Patriots taking on the Eagles.
And sides will be fronting up tomorrow in sunshine for the whole day, looking to take some good advantage of that in what will hopefully be 3 full T20 games.
Shadley is up to some magic.
So what he's going to have to make sure he doesn't do in this over at all to Rudge Deep is to drop anything short. He will not want to get pulled again. If he goes for a drive on the offside, that's okay.
This was the cutter, the leg cutter, coming from the side of the arm. It's something that Shadley has practiced a lot up in Seattle too. It's a very truncated season there because of how much it snows and rains, as you would know. Still Shadley practicing every single day. 6 balls in an over. He's got 8 variations. It's one thing to have them, quite another to know when exactly to use what.
8 variations? It's a bit of an overkill.
He's got 3 kinds of slower deliveries.
That's still an overkill. Just on that point, I think a lot of cricketers in T20 cricket can overcomplicate things. A bowler, a seam bowler, doesn't need any more than 4, perhaps 5. 4 is probably about ideal. If you can get those right and know you can bowl them all the time, then that is absolutely ideal. 8, maybe you haven't got 8, maybe you've only got about 5, but you're talking about 8. But 4, I think, is enough, because you've got to have certainly something you can definitely fall back on.
Simplicity at its best. Oh, that's hit up in the air. But it's hit too well. Good work, good work. Great anticipation of the pace at which he was running to. Just a tap of the right hand to keep it under play, and then doing the cleanup work as well.
I wonder if he was outside the boundary at one stage. Let's have another close look. I think it was okay, but I think it's worth having a bit of a double check just to make sure. Where's that foot? Got to watch that foot. No, he was outside. That's 4. That's 4. And he probably should have signalled that's 4 straight away, surely.
He timed his run brilliantly, did everything nicely. Little did he realize while he was in contact, he was also in contact by foot on the other side of the boundary rope. That will be 4. And Rajdeep has found a boundary on the leg side once again.
Just to further explain that, had he tapped the ball back while his foot was in the air, it would have been okay. But with the foot hitting the ground at exactly the same time, that's why it's 4.
Umpire wants to have another look at it. Perhaps he's taking his time at this stage. And the message comes through. Mr. Foster signals for Shadley under a little bit of pressure because this over was going according to plan. Now ready to ruffle some feathers is Rajdeep on the leg side especially. Oh, beautifully timed. He's picked the gap very, very easily. You can watch this 100 times.
Really good work from Rajdeep. He identified that Van Skalkwyk was going to look to tuck him up a little bit. That's why he just waltzed away to the leg side. When you're playing well, you can do that sort of stuff. Then just chopped it in that vacant area for 4. That's a really nice shot. Good, intelligent cricket.
At a time when the outfield's a little slow after a spell of rain, he still had enough to send it for 4. The precision has been marvellous.
Pressure back on the bowler now.
We'll take that quick single. It's good cricket all around with a one-handed pickup of Shahan Jayasuriya. 4 gone, 35 for no loss. .35 for no loss. And Rajdeep has been excellent in USPL 2023. He was given an opportunity previously as well, with rain coming down as well. He didn't know how to time the aggression, but he did know how to time the cricket ball. Some beautiful shots down the ground, and then ensure that he leaves no part of the ground unexplored when he started to use the long handle. He's such a fluent cricketer.
It's a nice play to watch. 40 off 21 was really good work. Always looking to score runs. That's what you got to do in T20 cricket. You can't necessarily wait for the out-and-out bad deliveries. You've got to improvise from time to time and turn it into a strength area of yours and know you can put it away. That's what he's done so far in both knocks.
He loves the cut shot too, loves playing late as well. Not where he intended to hit, but wouldn't mind this single. Gayan Fernando has been introduced. It's been an interesting template followed by the Chicago Patriots skipper Angelo Pereira today. Kama Leroux gets only 1 over. Shadley gets 2. Ali gets only 1. Gayan Fernando introduced.
Yeah, let's have a close look at Gayan Fernando and see what he brings to the party. He's got height again. That's certainly something. High release point. He's always going to get a bit of bounce. Hasn't got a great deal of pace about him, but he will have some variation. That's the important thing.
He's one of the most successful in the West Coast. Can he bring that charm to Miami and Fort Lauderdale? Wouldn't be happy with this one. It's a gift. You got to fight for every run. I think Trump slipped a little bit as well. Just tells you that this outfield's not exactly dry. Need to be a little careful. .40 of 21 previously. Rajdeep's 31 of 19 today. It would be interesting to see if he takes on Fernando too.
He will.
Cross seam delivery, but it doesn't matter. Launch straight down the ground. 1, 2, 3 into the boundary.
The prime example of what I was talking about. You've got to turn deliveries into your strength. Now, if somebody likes to get underneath the ball and drive down the ground, doesn't mind going in the air. We've already seen that he's very strong on the offside square and loves that cut shot. But that's just terrific. It really is good. He identified the length that Fernando was going to be bowling and just waited for that, got underneath it, knew there was no one down there, and decided to dispatch it in that region.
Indian, it's a very safe shot to hit as well. This one's got enough too. Will have a bit of torque as well. It doesn't matter. It's landing beyond, well beyond the ropes. Gayan Fernando is being taken to the cleaners.
It's perfect against Fernando at the moment. He's just got to make sure that he keeps going against Fernando. Fernando was a little bit rattled at this stage after coming into the attack and already going for a dozen runs. The last two, 10.
It's interesting to see how Rajdeep betters himself. 40 of 21 previously, with red ink alongside his name. Now 41 of 21.
With 41 out of 47.
The Eagles are loving this contributor. Somehow creates that elevation, and this will race away for 4 as well. Oh, what an exciting batter to watch. This had an element of risk with a jumping mid-off.
He needed someone at mid-off who was a little bit taller. Angelo Pereira, as captain, has positioned himself in that spot. Probably to have a chat to the bowler from time to time, but he's not the tallest guy, Angelo Pereira, so I'm not blaming Toti for that. I have tongue-in-cheek with that, but someone a bit taller would have taken that catch quite comfortably.
Fernando is bowling. Perhaps Leroux. No chance in the end, Mike.
Fine shot. Another really good shot.
Where do you ball to him? You tuck him up for room, he creates his own. Otherwise, a free swing of the bat when he goes away or near the ball accordingly. And in the end, a full toss gets you the lowest denomination. He wants to. He's gently tapped it so that he allows enough time for him to come back for the second. And that attracts no resistance whatsoever. This is turning out to be a nightmare for Guyane. 16 runs of the over. And it is also a no ball. It's a short run too. No. So much happening, so much. He's okay here. All right, then. It's not a no ball either, and it's going to be 2 runs. 18 runs of that over with a ball to go.
Yeah, called a short run by the man at square leg. Wasn't to be.
Nobody going up in appeal, just tells you they might have missed the leg stump or a bit of bat involved. End of the over with a dot ball. 51 for no loss.
So the biggest over of the innings thus far. 19 runs have come from it. And right now the Eagles are in cruise control. A really good power play. They've started excellently. And it's been by a distance Rajdeep who's done the heavy lifting. He's got 47 up to that delivery of the 54 that have been scored. Andrew Leonard here with you. Great to have Roshni Chosniwamala come and join me for the first time in this series. Roshni, very good evening to you.
Thank you, Andrew. It's really exciting so far. You know, despite the rain, it's been a great tournament. Hopefully this might be our first 20 over full match.
Yeah, we've waited a little time for our full game, our full T20. It's going to be worth the wait, I assure you. Pulled away for 4. That's going to be 50. Oh, what an innings this has been. 25 deliveries is all it's taken. 8 4s, 2 6s. He has dominated this opening partnership, and the Eagles are in the box seat.
So far, Rajdeep has been incredible this USPL season. That first game, this game, he's looking quite in form, picking up from where he took off back in New Jersey with the local matches.
Yeah, he's looked really good, hasn't he? He's played nicely. Just the 25 deliveries. Look at that strike rate, over 200. This power play has only belonged to one man, let alone one side. And the runs continue to come all around the ground. Angled across by LaRue. Slapped away. Bit of disdain in that stroke, wasn't there, Roshni? Rajdeep on fire.
Absolutely. I think Chicago Patriots need to figure out how do we send Rajdeep back. If the way he's going so far, runs are just going to keep ticking on the board.
Well, we had a little bit of a threat to the 200-plus score earlier. The Eagles keep going the way they're going. Well on track for the highest total of the USPL. Everywhere. The runs are coming now. I think this one's gone all the way. Outstanding batting to the highest quality. 3 consecutive boundaries. 4, 4, and now 6.
Now, someone like Carmi, with having a lot of experience, it's definitely showing Rajdeep is putting a lot of pressure onto the Chicago Patriots, where the bowlers are left a bit fundling, trying to figure out how do we get him out.
He does have first class and list A experience back in India. Rajdeep Darbar. There's just so much talent across the country. I know you cover an awful lot of cricket here domestically in the United States, Roshni. Can you get across the breadth of that? There's cricket all over the country.
Absolutely, so much cricket, and it's amazing to see all the talent that's being produced in America. If we look at a few years back, there wasn't so much cricket happening, and I think it's great to see the cricket, especially for the youngsters. I mean, there's a lot of youngsters who have gotten a chance to be a part of the USPL, and it's just going to give them so much to learn from. And someone like Rajdeep Darbar having so much experience from India, and we know how cricketers in India produce their talent.
Yeah, huge amount of talent all across the country. Great to have Roshni come up and join us. We've seen her pitch side. Now she's here with us in the box, and she's watching a run fest right now. Runs are flowing across the ground. What do you think they're on track for here, Roshni? Got to be 200 plus.
I would say 200 plus. I mean, if Rajdeep Darbar is there, and if he closes on a century, definitely 200 plus.
Nicely driven. Going to be at least a couple. Can the fielder cut it off? No, he can't. Oh, the runs are flowing. It's a 19 run over. The power play ends with a flurry of boundaries to Rajdeep. And the score is 73 for none. Well, back-to-back 19 run overs for the Eagles have them well ahead of the game. And remember, Gajanan Singh will probably be in next at number 3. I thought he batted so impressively. That'll be the end of the power play signal by umpire Ryan Kane. It's not just about developing players, is it? It's about developing interest in the game here in the United States, about developing match officials and facilities like this one here in Florida, used for all of the USPL in 2023. That is the home of it. And it's a great tournament. 9 days, 3 games a day for the group stages, and then on into the all-important semi-finals and final on Monday and Tuesday. We'll have a change in bowling, and it's going to be Akhilesh Bodagam. His mystery spin, it's the best way to describe it. Credit to Stephen as well in the way in which he's just supported Rajdeep. All he's got to do is give him the strike.
Absolutely, and Akhilesh coming into the attack, you know, maybe this will bring some fortune to the Chicago Patriots. We saw the way Akhilesh came into the last game for the Chicago Patriots and definitely made a breakthrough, so this might be a good change for the side.
Cut away, and it's going to be cut away for 4 more. Well, it's the Darbar show here. Delight for him. Are we going to see the first Centurion of the USPL 2023? If he's still there in 5 overs, let alone 10, he'll surely get to 3 figures.
The way Rajdeep is going right now, just unstoppable. He looks so poised, his composition's right there. Anything that's going to him is just going for a boundary or 6.
.69 he has out of the 78 that they've scored. Extraordinary stuff. Dazzling under the floodlights in Florida. That's going to angle down the leg side. Good decision. Missing leg. You can understand why they appeal, but the appeal was more out of desperation, out of hope, than real conviction.
The Chicago Patriots really need Rajdeep Durbar back in the dugout.
Just causing a few problems, isn't he? That little bit of mystery spin, back-to-back dots. So Durbar plays the big shot, gets away with it. Fortune will get a single. Good over. Given the carnage that has ensued in the power play, that's excellent from Bodegum. 7 have been bowled. Eagles still in control. 79 for none.
Adi! Hey! Come up, on the line, please. Hey!
5 bowlers used thus far. He's just 30 short of a century though, Rajdeep. Is he gonna get there?
Hopefully that's not a commentator's curse. But so far the bowlers have been struggling to get their breakthrough. Akhilesh had a pretty good over, that one boundary off of it.
And now the spinners will operate in tandem. Ali Sheikh into the attack. He's taken the helmet off with the spinners bowling together. What's impressed you most about the way in which he's played? It's been fearless cricket.
Absolutely. I think the way Rajdeep Durbar is able to go out there and just play freely, you could see how confident he is with himself, and he's shown that in both the matches he's played.
Yeah.
A little bit of a mix-up. I think a good decision to turn down the single there. Yeah, 36 years of age now. Certainly known as a big hitter, born in Gujarat in India. And all the while, Stephen Catwaru has just been there, almost playing the Pat Cummins role to the Glenn Maxwell, if you will.
Absolutely. I think he's just trying to get the strike over to Rajdeep, because the way he's playing, the strike, with him on strike, 200 is definitely on the cards.
Yeah, I think these overs here are some of the most overlooked ones in T20 cricket. Overs sort of 6 to 12. It's not the slog overs at the end when you know everything must go. It's not the power play when you look to attack naturally. But with 10 wickets in hand, you don't want to allow Ali Sheikh to bowl going at, let's say, a run of ball through these overs. Cut away for 4. Was that a catchable height? And there was a sprawling, desperate dive from backward point. He didn't get anything on it. 4 more.
I think something that's impressive about Rajdeep is, he's not really a big guy. It's just his timing. And one, I would say he's one of the fittest cricketers that's out there. I would say probably the fittest on his team as well. The way he takes his fitness into importance is definitely showing in his game.
Incredible effort from Trump at backward point. I think it was Trump. Real chance. When someone's batting this well, you need the kind of the quarter chances or the 1 in 10, the miracle chances. He did everything right, rather fittingly with the goals in the background. He went like a goalkeeper. He just couldn't get anything on it. It's a good over from Sheikh, just 6 from it despite that boundary. It's 85 for none. So a slight break in play. We are going to get down pitch side for some immediate reaction with Nikhil Udamchandani. Who's he got down there?
I've got co-owner of the Chicago Patriots, Parina Parikh. Parina, thanks so much for your time. This Patriots brand is one that has teams in multiple sports. Why cricket? Tell us a bit about that.
So firstly, hi. I mean, why cricket is that, I come from the land of cricket, which is India, right? And for us, cricket is more of an emotion. And then when we heard about the USPL, I think that this was the best way to just get into it. And of course, excel into cricket at a grassroots level in America, because here it's a new sport. And in India, it's one of the oldest sports, right? So it's a great combination because we come with that experience as to what we really want in India as a sport. And we're happy to bring it here to the...
Yeah, 1 second, Parina. We're going to go back to the commentators for that wicket.
Oh, well, just as we spoke about the unmentionable century word, Rajdeep is gone. He's been so good. 75, almost flawless throughout that. But the change to the spinners, the bit of pressure is built up, and it's bought the wicket.
Oh, what a catch coming in. Brilliant from him. And we've talked a little bit about Akhilesh Bodhigam being that changer. Couldn't do it in his first over, but did it in his second over.
Shehan Jayasuriya with the catch. Darbar's gone for 75. It's 86 for 1. Gajanan Singh. He's been one of the great success stories of American cricket over the last 24 months. He's had an excellent time for the national team. When he started as USPL really well. He's got a great platform to build from here. This was the big wicket, the key wicket. Such a difficult bowler to get away, isn't he? And Rajdeep decided to keep attacking. He's paid the price. We interrupted Nikhil down pitch side. Let's get back down to him.
Parina, you brought some luck for your team, but just continuing that conversation, coming from India, what's the experience been like here in Fort Lauderdale at the USPL?
Firstly, yes, I've brought luck to the team and I'm happy about it. I think I should just be here throughout the match. Yes, coming back from India, I mean, the experience has been great, of course, right? It's very happy to see how cricket is evolving in America. And yeah, of course, we're looking forward to the better, the bigger the league gets very soon.
I know you're a hard taskmaster. What have you told your team? What are some of the values you've instilled in them that you want them to play with?
As Patriots, I think we just believe in giving our best, right? I mean, it's a game, it's a sport. Sometimes you're going to win, sometimes you're going to lose. But the idea is that you need to have the spirit of just being there, giving your best. And that's what we've been telling the boys to do.
Parina, thanks so very much for your time.
Thank you so much.
Well, very well said, and a very shrewd owner. She knew that she brought about that bit of luck for her team for a much needed wicket. Brings the game back into the balance somewhat. 9 have been bowled. It's 89 for 1. Well, what an innings it was. 75 off 38, a strike rate touching 200. We'll have to wait for that hunt for 3 figures, Roshni, but that was a sensational knock.
Absolutely. We have Shehan Jayasuriya coming into the attack. And now between these two batsmen, I think it's going to be important who is going to take Rajdeep's role.
And Singh is such a clever batter, isn't he? The problem here, though, for the Eagles is that Katmaru is just 10 off 14. It's easy to play the support role when someone's going at 2 runs for every delivery like Rajdeep was. He now needs to accelerate.
Absolutely. One of these two definitely need to accelerate to get some runs back and keep the momentum going as well.
Hasn't really played a shot in anger, though, has he? I think Gajanan Singh has got home here. Will we go upstairs? No indication from Brian Kane, but there is now. We do go up to the third umpire. I'm not sure it was necessarily a direct hit. Singh a little slow to get going at first, but safely home.
So he's definitely safely home, not going to be a run out. And the bat is grounded. We're just going to wait for the confirmation from the umpire. And the decision on the big screen is not out.
Yeah, you would think that Jayasuriya is going to be a bowler that both of these two batters will look to target. Very much sort of a part-time off-spinner.
I think bringing a part-timer was definitely important. We've gotten that breakthrough that we needed. Now losing some early wickets, losing a few more wickets will definitely throw back the Carolina Eagles, put them back fourth. The way Rajdeep had batted, creating that momentum, everything has started to slow back. So far, Shehan is doing a great job pulling back that momentum and not letting these two really get any runs on the board so far.
Well, I think he was showing the owner back the interview there on the live feed. He said, you did well. You brought us 1 wicket. Can they find another? Be desperate to get rid of Gajanan Singh early in his innings. Katmaru, he needs to get going. 12 off 16 when the team's going at 10 runs per over. It's not enough.
Last ball of the over.
Now 12 off 17. He's battling, but the Eagles have had a brilliant first half, mainly thanks to Rajdeep. It's the end of the over. The players will take a quick drink. The Eagles, 94 for 1.
Now, what a start to match 12 it's been. Toss being won by the Patriots, opted to bowl first, and they'll be happy with the way they bounced back after what was a carnage from Rajdeep Darbar. Got to 75, Mike Hazeman. What impressed you about this knock?
The way that he got after the bowling straight away. He didn't allow the bowlers to bowl anything slightly short. Twice in one over. Van Skolkveld got the treatment. Played some wonderful shots. Looking to drive wherever he could. He played that pickup shot a few times. Loves playing the cut shot as well. A little chop off and down on the offside. And those drives down the ground for 6 are terrific. Over the top of mid-off as well. But right from ball 1, he went for his shot. 75 off 38, 40 off 21 the other night. He's played really nicely. He could do with some help though. His putt on the other end was pretty static. Katwaru is only on a dozen runs at the moment after 17 balls.
Asking the question. You can just sense tension is building out in the middle. Since that power play and all that carnage by Darbar, only 21 runs have been scored, just around 5 runs and over. Gurjanath Singh has a responsibility here. He was very important in that first innings when he batted for the Eagles before the rains came.
Yeah, he's a very experienced player. He's had a very good time, but he'll just get that foot back. Yep, that's no problem at all. Just sliding it back. A little bit concerned, in fact, outside at one stage as the ball went past the bat, but got it back in time. Maybe that's why I was just smiling or perhaps grimacing.
Yeah, the key thing here was they have a small check. Katwaru hasn't had the best of days, but he's still there. Yeah, just able to get that foot back in time. The important thing now, Mike, will be for him to take pressure off of Singh. Just because of the style that Singh bats with, they cannot afford to lose him now, the captain. Important for him to bat as deep as possible, and Katwaru maybe can employ some more risk.
There's no doubt whatsoever about that. That's well safe. Add a bit of a stretch.
Now, is it good enough? Yes, it is. Long enough as well. And that will help release some of that pressure building.
Yeah, that's a good shot. They needed that. Captain took responsibility. Going to the longest boundary at this venue. Hit it up high, travelled long distance. I think he wanted to go flatter than that. He was worried at one stage. Safe in the end.
And this time to the offside. Again, that's one of the heavier areas of the outfield, so it won't get anywhere close to the boundary.
Quite like what the skipper's doing. He's looking to take on Akhilesh, who's a dangerous bowler. If they try and get after him, it just takes him out of the game a little bit. Maybe has a bit of a breather and has to come back a bit later. Takes him out of a crucial bowling spot.
Straight to the man. And Katwaru, has been a tough day for him. And that continues.
Angelo Pereira was the catcher. Bit of a soft dismissal in the end. He certainly did struggle a little bit, and I guess he had to try and do something, but Akhilesh had the last laugh. Straight to the skipper. Well positioned at a shortish cover region. Looking to drive on the up, but got nothing behind that really, so it was a simple catch. So that's good work. He's been in bowling very intelligently and bowling very well so far in this USPL. Katwaru goes for just a dozen runs, 101 for 2.
Garanshu Sharma comes to the middle. Can be explosive. They kind of need it, that added impetus in the middle overs now, because the spin has helped the Patriots get back in this game in a massive way. Now had 5 overs of spin since that power play. Badogam is leading the way. Now to the right-hander, goes a bit faster.
Six off the second ball, then a 1 and a wicket. So it's been a very good comeback so far. Backlash was a little bit disappointed with himself that he gave that easy single away. 8 off the over, but an important wicket as well. 11 gone, 102 for 2.
Yeah, important now for these two in the middle, relatively new to the crease, but also some of that younger talent that they have to come. Sachin Sicharan, top order batter, Sion Hackett, all-rounder. Dexter Sweeney can come in at the back end with his power. Seen it today earlier where teams get a big start and then just lose the momentum going into the last 5. Garanshu Sharma's been in the runs in this tournament previously back in phase 1. Played for the Florida Sharks then, averaged 60 with a strike rate of over 140. And spin again. Jayasuriya bowled a good first. He continues.
He's got a couple of deliveries. Jayasuriya, that was a wide, not a good delivery that one, but he has that round arm action. Sometimes drops that quite low. Never really comes right over the top. Tries to get rid of a rip though. Quite fancy that cap swung around the back there. Haven't seen that very often on a cricket field.
And he'll be continuing mainly because of Gajanan Singh's presence, the left-hander. Garanshu Sharma, yes, he's new to the crease, has a real opportunity here because can hit with the wind, with the ball spinning in, so with the spin as well. But he's so quick through the air, Jayasuriya, it doesn't give you much time, just one.
I think the thing about also Jayasuriya as an overthrow, no, there's not. That is side against. Jayasuriya is not a part-timer, he does quite a bit of work, but his consistency is not a strong point, so he's always going to give some runs away. It's just a matter of latching onto something that they can recognise and put away. So you can sit on him just a fraction. Gajran Singh will realise that. The captain, he is on 12 at the moment and facing at the stage.
Just one again. Current rate gets them over that 180 mark. Can they get to the last 5 with a set batter there and maintaining this rate, this tempo?
So by the pace of that last delivery, it was certainly on the short side.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. Lovely.
And good thing for this Patriots team, the amount of options that they have in terms of the slower bowlers, the spin options. There's a plethora of them. And even Mark Dayal, who's injured and not playing today, is a quality off spinner who can spin the ball both ways. Then we've seen Jayasuriya, Ali Sheikh, left arm spin, and Badogam.
Oh, yes, yes.
Excellent over so far. 5 deliveries, just 3 runs. Can he close it out though? That's the key.
Good that's here, Macha. Finish well, finish well.
Does very well, Jayasuriya. Part-time option doing a big job for his team tonight. 106 for 2. quite a dramatic decline. When Darbar was in the middle, going at 12 runs and over. Since, though, they've done well, the Patriots, through their spinners, who will continue. But Ogun bowling his fourth.
Come, Ali.
In that extra cover region, a strong point, that offside for Garanshu Sharma. First boundary for him.
He needed that, the captain. They also need to... Sorry, it wasn't the captain, it was Sharma who hit that quite nicely. A very good shot indeed, actually. But they needed the boundary. That was really important because they've got to kickstart things a little bit. Things are slowed down, particularly that power play. Rajdeep took enormous toll on that power play, and then soon after he was dismissed and things went pretty quiet. And after that start, it's not a great pattern at the moment for the Carolina Eagles.
It's not often you see one bowler bowling 4 overs consecutively in a T20. Captains are afraid of batters just getting used to things. And to Badogum's credit, takes some skill to do that as well. May have been a chance, may have just fallen short of the man at point.
It was very tight, that's for sure. It was hit pretty hard, it was hit pretty low as well. The reaction from Hamilton's perhaps telling me that it carried. Hamilton as keeper had the best view. Let's have a closer look, this will tell us from this angle. Did it carry, did it burst through the hands? I think it did. Just hit the fingers as they were going down.
I thought about it again. Does like that offside a lot, Gajanan Singh. You'll see the way he sets up. He tries to access that offside. What a year he's had. 101 international cricket against the West Indies. World Cup qualifiers.
Opportunity to turn this into a big over. The boundary off the first ball and a couple of loose deliveries outside that off stump. One that was almost caught by Gurjaran Singh when he was batting. The next one straight to the fielder, so it's just gone a little bit quiet at the moment. Still got 8 off this over with 1 ball remaining, but they need to get a couple more boundaries, and if you get one early on the over, it sets it up nicely.
Yeah, they'll take this though in terms of the spell from Badogum. His 4 overs come to an end. Just 26 runs conceded and a couple of wickets. 115 for 2. Leroux and Van Schalkwyk, the 2 seamers up front, were expensive. Also Gian Fernando, another seam option, went for 19 in that solitary over. But so far, the spinners have helped swing the pendulum back in the favour, you could say, of the Patriots. These
These 2 guys are going to try and get a partnership together. Gondrantu and Gajran. Because Rajdeep was the only batsman so far. That 75 off 38 was absolutely outstanding. Sharma on 9, Singh on 16. Partnership just with 14 at the moment, off 15 deliveries. Time to step up. Only got 7 overs remaining now. One stage they're on track for a really big total. Suddenly things have gone becalmed. Leroux back into the attack.
I thought maybe they would have continued with the trend of spin, 7 overs on the trot, but with the left-hander in Gajanan Singh there could be hesitancy to go back to Ali Sheikh. So they'll bat their seam option in Leroux, who's had a decent start to the tournament, 1 wicket in that first game, then just 4 runs conceded in 2 overs against the Golden Eagles. Would you have maybe gone with spin? Continuing.
Yeah, I might have done that. Iron Singh, co-commentator, has been doing some work for us to the right of screen, with the back to us at the moment, with a red cap on. Just sitting on the sidelines with a green bib on. He's been terrific in the commentary box. He's done a wonderful job helping us out. We thought we caught him actually on camera early today when he took the drinks out to one of his teammates. Thought we caught him on camera just giving him a wink from the non-striker's end. We're not too sure about that, but that's what it looked like. Let's have a look. Here he is, giving the drink. Ah, there you go. No worries. Keep going, Stephen. No dramas. Big wink and a smile. Iron Singh, there he is.
And quietly got over. And what a comeback this has been from the Patriots, because you could look at that power play when Darbar was there, 73 for none. Could have easily panicked Angelo Pereira, but instead used his experience and slowly but surely have battled their way back into this game. They can finish the innings well in the last 5, keep them to under 50, and only chase 160, 170 on what seems to be a good track. Could be well in this game.
It's really good bowling from Kami LaRue. Left arm again. We've talked about the value of those coming back in the middle of the match rather than with that new ball at the top when he can swing the ball. So he's had to change things a little bit. But he's certainly keeping things nice and tight. Have a look at that Manhattan. Look at the power play work by Darbar. And then suddenly, just after that, when you only had 2 outside, more allowed outside after that, then it'll tighten up a little bit, and Darbar got out soon after. So things suddenly have stopped to a certain extent for Caroline Ingalls. And so far, there's just 4 runs off this over.
Yeah, this partnership now 18 from 20 deliveries. They've got enough in the all-rounders of Hackett, Dexter Sween to come that they can definitely take some more risk.
Iron Singh doing some work. We better keep that tape. We'll show him later as proof.
It's been really good. The way that they bowled to these two in the middle have contained them. 119 for 2. Massive Trinidadian influence in this Carolina Eagles team. Sachin Sitcharan there on the right. Shiva Shankar there on the left. Katwaru, Dexter Sween, Hackett, all from Trinidad and Tobago, the Twin Island Republic. Yeah, we saw seam in the last over. We'll be back to spin. Jayasuriya has bowled a good couple of overs.
Something's going to break here. They are not scoring the runs they want to score. 5 balls left, and then there's 5 overs remaining in this innings. They need to step on the gas a little bit. Run rate at 8.5, with 8 wickets in hand. Continue at this rate, they'll get to the 169. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that, actually, at 169. If they got a couple of guys who can give a bit of a dip and get past that and get up towards the 180 mark, and that's tidy. As I said earlier, at one stage, they might have been nudging the 200 area.
And I understand the thinking of wanting to have on this surface a set batter going into the last 5, Mike, but surely if that's Gajanan Singh, Garanchu Sharma, given what we've seen to come, but also this Patriots batting lineup, who we've already seen get to 160 and 175 in the tournament, have to take some risk. Something needs to change.
Yeah, it does. Jayasuriya is doing a fine job at the moment. 3 balls left in this over. Only conceded 1 at this stage and 10 for his spell.
Here's long on, and it finds him. And that's pressure, the build-up of pressure. This has been a heroic comeback from the Patriots.
Garancho had to try something. Runs are drying up and someone had to go. Maybe both of them had to go. Garancho tried, unfortunately, just hold out to the man at mid-on. Didn't have to move too much. Got underneath it, didn't quite get the elevation he was looking for. He's got long levers. Didn't quite hit it as strongly as he thought or hoped. And it was a comfortable catch. He's on his way back for a dozen runs, 120 for 3.
Sion Hackett for the Eagles from Trinidad and Tobago's previously part of the West Indies under-19 setup and is known for his power hitting ability. They need some new brand of intensity now. The two finger spinners in Jayasuriya and Bodogam bowling to right-handers today. They have been brilliant. Now time for a bit of impact.
Another look at that dismissal. Comfortable catch. Didn't have to move far around that boundary line.
And there's a hold up here because the Patriots have made an impact player change.
None.
We'll confirm that for you, but in the meantime, this has been some spell of bowling from Shea and Jayasuriya. Using conditions very well today.
Brilliant work. A wicket and just conceding 1 run at this stage. What a superb over this could be if you finish it.
Does that expertly well. What a day for him. What a comeback this has been from the Patriots. 120 for 3, 5 to go.
$15 overs gone, 120 for 3. Good fight back by the Patriots. At one stage, it looked like the Eagles will post a big total. Shadley has given 20 in his 2 overs. By Foster says time for the impact player. Ryan Khan Patan has come in. Akhilesh Bodogam in his 4 overs has churned out figures of 2 for 26. The captain says thank you so much, now you can rest. Somehow they need to find that boundary. The second run's on. One for the shot, one for the throw. It's been 18 deliveries since the last boundary has been hit.
Really good running. This Gajanan Singh has taken it on because of how far and deep that boundary is. A better throw, and it's Jamar Hamilton who is, well, if looks could kill, I think he'd be hunting down, and rather unceremoniously the fielder's being replaced by the impact player. That's Ryan Pathan, who's come in for Bodegum. His work is done with his 4 overs, 2 for 26. He's out.
Inside out, it's a very good area as well that is chosen. Much needed boundary. Gajanan pushes on.
We always say this, don't we, when Gajanan Singh is playing, the funny areas he gets the ball into. Look at the way he opens the face of that bat. It's really exaggerated because he's trying desperately to get it as far behind square as he possibly can. And that's off the middle of the bat. That is not an edge. Outstanding manipulation of the ball on a slower surface because of that 36 hours of heavy rain that we had. Van Schalkwyk has only missed the Yorker by probably 6, maybe 8 inches at most. And manipulation from Singh at its very best. He hasn't been as fluent yet as Rajdeep, but he's got about 5 overs to try and affect this Eagles innings and drive them up to 175, maybe north of that.
Oh, read the slower delivery well. Bit of a misfield too. It's going to be 4. 2 boundaries in the same region. It's Gajanan Singh back in control.
A nightmare for captains to set fields to. That man had just come up into the circle. So Singh finds a way to squirt it by him. Now, it should have been stopped, to be honest. It was a misfield, and it's the impact player. I think they've made that substitution early because they feel Ryan Kampathan is a better fielder than Bodegum. He's misfielded that for 4.
That's much better from Shadley. I think it was smoke. This was quicker than expected. Shadley's gone with pace. He's gone for 4. Then the slower delivery that disappeared for 4. Now full pace.
Look at the reaction. It's a dot ball, yes, but he's missed out. It was in the slot. It was there to be dispatched. He wanted 4 more.
Oh, very risky. This time it will be a single. 11 runs of Shadley's over with the ball to go. Sean Hackett. Sean, I've seen him once in Columbus, Ohio, and those were huge grounds which he cleared with ease. Loves to go leg side. Loves to use the long handle. A very wide long on's lurking just in case he mishits. Wanted to open up the leg side a little more, hence the trigger movement towards the off. A single will ensure he retains strike. 16 gone, 1-3-2 for 3. The action will continue in USPL 2023. Tomorrow, Phillies United will lock horns with New York Cowboys at 10 a.m. And then match number 14, Maryland Mavericks looking for the win versus California Golden Eagles. Then the Carolina Eagles again will play the NJ Titans. They've got evening games on the trot, the Eagles.
Ready, please, batter.
The triple header. Every day from here on is a triple header, and we really hope that the weather cooperates too. Shehan's done an excellent job. 3.1. 1 for 11. The captain cannot ask for anything more. He was the one who tightened the screws in the middle overs. Did not let that launch pad to be created, adding more pressure on Gajanan Singh, who had to target Shadley. And of course, speaking of Goranshu's wicket in the 15th over. Not in control.
Yeah, remarkable to think that really just bowling, I describe them as right arm darts. They're sort of little round arm non-turners, speared in, trying to not allow any elevation for the batter to hit with. He's been this economical.
Couldn't get the elevation there. Hackett came quickly to him as well. And look how quickly Shehan resets for the next one. Clearly the captain likes it. Hackett heaves, but will get only a single. It's a little slippery in certain regions, this outfield.
Two key balls here. I think for the Carolina Eagles to start to get that momentum back. I know he's been probably the most economical bowler. Gajanan Singh's got to go at Jayasuriya here.
And he does. Man in the deep. Well, they've split him beautifully, and might have gone the distance too. The fielder helps out the umpire, says yes indeed, it's maximum much needed 6. And it's been a while since Shehan's been treated this way.
That's more like it. I'm not sure where that aggression has gone for the Eagles to Jayasuriya. The part-time off spinner, spearing them in, pick him up, hit him away, find the gap. I think this has gone all the way for 6 on first viewing. And the evidence should confirm that. Yeah, it's actually hit the very back of the boundary rope, so that will be a maximum. And 6 to the total. Maybe Singh will just be happy with the single to keep the strike. I'd be looking for 6 more. They're pretty friendly little off breaks. That's the way to treat them.
Came very wide of the crease as well to create that angle, but Gajanan Singh had to compensate for that and did so really well. This time had to dig it out. Single to retain strike, 17 gone, 142 for 3. Made great use of the power play. Rajdeep, Darbar, 75 of 38. That's exactly why you see the Manhattans touching 18 and beyond. Then a quiet phase of middle overs where they pulled it back, the Patriots. Now the Eagles are finding new wings. Can Gajanan push this total over 170? A quiet single might not do that. Sion can hit the ball a long way too. We've established that. 3 of 6 does not do justice to what he can do.
How fantastic a picture is that? Brilliant facility this in Broward County. Probably about 15 minutes away from the downtown city of Fort Lauderdale. And it's only going to get better, this facility. Significant development ahead of that first ever T20 World Cup on American soil that will come here. It's one of the 3 host venues next June.
No pace to work with. A single is a good result for Shadley at this stage when the batters are coming after him. At 7 wickets in hand, Carolina Eagles can post that 170 beyond total. Just that the ball's not coming onto the bat, also because Shadley's deliberately bowling slow. Gajanan Singh, who's been there for a while, can he counter-attack now? Deep inside the crease and really no timing, only a single.
And nails the block hole again, Van Schalkwyk. Really impressive from him. Going to be fascinating to see over the course of the next 8 months as to where that American national side will go. They were brilliant in Namibia to get through that Cricket World Cup qualifier playoff to qualify for Zimbabwe, but so disappointing there. A number of things went against them, illness in the camp in different form for many of their players. Gajanan Singh wasn't one of them. He was excellent.
That shot was an afterthought. In fact, the ball found the bat on its own. Good thinking from Shadley. Ball slower than the expected slowness of Sion.
Yeah, slower ball bouncer bowled the cutter into the surface. Where will this team go that will represent the United States in that maiden T20 World Cup next year? They had been to a Champions Trophy 2 decades ago now. It'll be a first ever World Cup appearance for the men's national team.
Once again, a slower delivery, had to throw himself onto it. Might not reach the fielders. Ball decides to plonk and stay where exactly it landed. Comedy of errors there. Still a couple of runs for Gajanan Singh, who any other day might have found a boundary for that shot.
Definitely expect Gajanan Singh to be in that squad that we're talking about. Will someone like Shadley Vanchkalkveit, who I believe has recently qualified, can he get himself into the mix? Stuff of dreams, a World Cup on home soil next June.
Man in the deep will take it. Carmel LaRue, good job. Was struggling a little bit with the balance as well. The ball was swerving a little too. Shadley finally tastes success. A quiet over has brought about the end of Gajanan Singh. A big wicket, 18 gone. 148 for 4.
So the short ball again has worked, hasn't it? It's bowled into the surface and it's completely deceived Gajanan Singh. He didn't know whether to look for the maximum or try and keep the strike. That's an excellent catch from Carmi LaRue. Not just battling, judging it, but also the surface. Singh's gone for 40. It's 148 for 4.
$148 for 4, nearing that landmark of 150. But what will make them really happy, Carolina Eagles, is that 170 might be a little out of reach. But if Dexter Sween decides to find the sweet spot more often than not, then it's not a distant dream. Interestingly, Sion Hackett has been kept quiet. Very wide, long gone. Really can't get underneath that ball. Has to stick with a single. That's a good throw as well.
A big call here to go with Ali Sheikh in the 19th. He's only bowled the 2 overs thus far. I think they've been hiding him away because of Gajanan Singh's presence at the crease, the left-hander. So with 2 right-handers now in, they turn back to the left arm spinner. He'll just be desperate to get out of this over with as little damage as possible.
He's got him. Ali's kept it straight and simple. Dexter Sween's gone for the big shot without realizing the ball arrived a little later. Doesn't even want to look back at the mess. Sween gone, 149 for 5.
This is Sheikh's strength. Doesn't turn the ball. This beats the batter on the inside edge. He's not attempting to turn it, he's just darting it in. Sween, well, it was very, very short and not so sweet. He's gone in a heartbeat. It's a first ball duck for Sween. It's 149 for 5.
149 for 5. Ali so effective. Given the third over in the 19th, and he picks up a wicket of the second ball.
No twos.
Spinners have been very efficient today. Shehan 1 for 20 in his 4 overs. Akhilesh bowled out 2 for 26. Now Ali generating good figures as well. 1 for 17. Bowling a penultimate over 2. And now back-to-back wickets. This love affair with Timber may continue for a while. Ali on a hat-trick.
Lights everywhere. Under the floodlights, the zings are lighting up.
Ali.
And the lucky charm is indeed the team ownership. Look at them, the flags are flying for the Patriots. This is brilliant bowling. Again, it's beating on the inside edge. Maybe just a hint to turn this time. Very ambitious stroke. Pitched about off stump, turned into middle. And look at those bails, light up. It's 2 and 2. Are we going to see a hat-trick? Ali shakes the man. They turn to the left-arm spinner at just the right time. It's back-to-back golden ducks. This time, Sicharan's gone. It's 149 for 6.
What?
149 for 6. Anderson comes out to bat. He's got to keep the hat-trick ball out. Ali hasn't demanded a slip in place though. He's okay with the same field. He's going to target the stumps. Oh, that would have missed the leg stump. That's why he did not go up in appeal. A single stolen as well. 150 comes up for the Eagles.
So 2 and 2, and then a leg by. First one beats him on the inside edge, and so does the second one. Where's the appeal for the hat-trick ball? You've hit the pad, Ali. Doesn't matter if it's missing leg, go up. Give yourself a chance. Too late now.
Yes, Ali.
It's a very good over. Still a ball to go. It's a very good over. Just 1 runs here and there, a couple of wickets back to back. And this is where Ali has pulled it back again. This is where Carolina Eagles have got their wings chopped off. Could have been over 165. Struck it well enough. But still the ball slows down. Pathan being aided by a slow outfield there to get the ball in just in time. 2 more runs taken. 19 gone. 153 for 6.
90 seconds.
Rajdeep set a brilliant platform for the Carolina Eagles. 75 of 38. Stephen was struggling. Gajanan was good with it for his 40, but couldn't push on just at the right time. He had to provide a crescendo finish. Goranshu was struggling too after a point of time. Sion's got to provide that big finish now. Anderson was able to keep the hat-trick ball out. Kamalaru going wicketless so far. But it's been called by the captain to bowl the final over. Eagles have been pulled back for 153, which at one stage looked like 170 easily. First ball good enough.
Hat-tricks are rare in any format of our wonderful sport. When you get 2 and 2 like this, the first one beating that ungainly hack from Sween, and then almost in action, a mirror replay if you will, but when you hit the pad, where's the appeal, Ali Sheikh? Oh, I tell you, I'd still be appealing Suhas. I think that might have just been clipping leg stump, you never know.
and good football skills. Now I should say soccer as well here. Just love the fact that the Pacers, whenever they get an opportunity not to bend, they're quite content just pushing it towards that lightable stumps. That's a good delivery again. Slower when he expected. No, in fact, it's gone off the hand. It's gone off the hand. He was racing with Carmel Leroux there for a moment, Anderson.
He's a fine athlete, Carmel Leroux, isn't he? You've seen him take a good catch, nearly effect a very athletic run out. His fast bowling so impressive.
Coming outside off was a good idea, but it was quicker than expected. Second run it is. Shahan Jayasuriya is quick too. Will that dive only end in more laundry to do? What does the umpire say?
Yeah, third umpire, we're going to go upstairs, Brian Kane. He wants to just, I think, make sure that the throw that's come in from the deep has actually affected the direct hit. He'll have been completely blindsided from his position. It's a very, very ambitious second. So he won't really have been able to see, was it a direct hit? It wasn't, but he didn't need it to be. The bails were whipped off by Jamar Hamilton. It's tight enough to go upstairs. Good call from Brian Kane, and that one, for me, is clearly out. Can't necessarily blame him for going back for the second. But OUT will come up on the big screen in just a moment. The Eagles, well, they're collapsing in a heap since their captain Gajanan Singh has been dismissed. It's another one gone this time. Anderson's stay at the crease is a very short one. He's going to be run out for 3, I think. And it's 155 for 7.
Very wide third man. He's bowling according to the field as well, Karmai. One step ahead of the batter, trying to keep it away from his reach too. Yasir is off the mark, but 160 is on the card, but they need to get more than that to get some momentum.
Looking forward to seeing him bowl later, Yasir Mohammed. He was outstanding at this ground a couple of years ago. Debuting, if I remember correctly, as a teenager for the United States of America against Ireland, alongside young Vatsal Vaghela. He's not here. So much young talent spread across this country. We'll see his wrist spin. He bowls a very good googly too later on. 2 deliveries left.
Excellent delivery. It's one thing to have that short ball in your arm, quite another to use it exactly when required. You want to sequence it well enough. You don't want to leave it too late where it becomes an obvious choice as well for the batter to be ready for it. You don't want to give it away early, because that would mean more balls to come where the batter knows everything might be pitched up. Wants that second run. He's got to go for that second run. Just about makes it in time. Third would be tricky. Leroux has put in a gentle appeal because they wanted to steal another.
Carnage, absolute carnage, but also good game awareness. Jamar Hamilton, I think, is the one who's just sort of plonked the ball down, thinking, oh, well, that's it. Should always just keep running. You've nothing to lose on the final delivery, you really don't. So, what's happened here? Firstly, has he got home for the second? Well, yes, clearly he has. And this is, for me, pretty poor game awareness from Jamar Hamilton, because what's happened is he's broken the bails, a little bit reminiscent of a USA-Canada game in Antigua a couple of years ago, where we ended up in a super over. All the keeper needs to do here now is hold on to the ball. The ball is not dead from there. I wonder, have they been able to run another one? Might have to get a different angle. Need to check the other end, I think, because then there was a shrewd piece of game awareness from the two men on strike. I'm not sure if they got there. They've attempted another one, so we think it might be another run out, but we'll have to wait to see it. Bert Cockley, Patriots head coach, he's delighted with the fight back. So we watch this down the line. They've run the first quickly. Yasser Mohammed gets home comfortably at the non-striker's end. So too does he. And look at Jamar Hamilton, he's dropped the ball. Yasser says, come on, let's go for another one. Oh, we're not going to get there. And he gets home safe. 2 runs to the total. Much ado about nothing.
In the end, the Eagles manage 158 for 7 thanks to Rajdeep's brilliant start though. 75 of 38, striking at an unbelievable 197.4. Just brilliant with the way he created room when required, went behind point for 4. Loves to free his arms when it's in the slot as well. He timed his aggression almost marvelously, and that's exactly why the Eagles started off with over 10 and over in the first power play. Stephen Katfiru struggled. Gajanan got a good start but couldn't continue. Ranchu would want to forget this one as quickly as possible. Sean Hackett couldn't provide the big finish.
As we look at the partnerships, so what that previous graphic told you was that outside of Gajanan Singh and Rajdeep, nobody scored at more than a run of ball. Singh, I thought, batted really nicely, 40 off 28, but outside of him and the opening batter, Rajdeep, who was the star of the show, no partnerships of note once that first wicket fell. For me, the bowling fight back was led by the spinners. I thought Bodagum was the pick of them by a distance with 2 for 26, but Ali Sheikh with that 2 and 2 continues to show why he's been speculated about as an American player and star of the future in a big way with his left arm spin and his handy batting, and a good contribution too from Shayan Jayasuriya. 4 overs going for just 20.
Kept the pressure on from one end. Shayan Jayasuriya deserved more wickets as well. That's what cricket's all about. You keep the pressure on from one end, wickets might be reaped from the other. It's all for the team. So the Chicago Patriots need 159 in the allotted 20 overs when they come out to bat. Will they be able to get there and put their second win on the board? We'll find out when we come back. The Patriots need 159 from the allotted 20 overs. Oh, what a terrific first innings it was. It was lit up by Rajdeep first up. 75 of 38. Looked good as soon as he walked out, Mikey.
Yeah, he did. This is Rajdeep Dabba. He already played superbly. Looked to take on the bowling straight away. Got a couple of deliveries that weren't all that short. He pulled away on the onside as well. Chopped down to the third man region. Also looked to drive strong. Went over the top of covers. He wasn't fussy at all where he scored the runs. But 75 off 38 was outstanding stuff, and it really got him up to a flyer. They were really going nicely. At 8 overs, they lost their first wicket with 86 runs on the board. That's how well they were playing. That's another one back of the square on the offside, and another one as well. So this is really good work and terrific stuff. That was the first wicket that went down. 86 on the board, 8 overs at that stage, and things looking really pretty for them. Looked like they might get close to the 200 mark, but things suddenly went wrong. When they lost their third wicket, 15 overs had gone. They'd only scored 120 for 3. That was Sharma being dismissed the third wicket. And then they had to have some sort of recovery right at the end. There wasn't a great deal to come, just a fraction from the captain. He got 40 off 28 deliveries. So Gajran Singh played quite nicely, but he also couldn't finish the game. And that's where it all got very messy. And a couple of wickets in 2 balls. First Sween, second Seacharan. And then they just had to scramble a little bit as best they could. And this was the final one, which ended up being a run out as it turned out.
It was a great comeback by the Patriots to pull Eagles back to 158, because at one stage it looked like 170 plus total. The bowlers have done their job. Now it's up to the batters. Patriots know the importance of a win at this stage in this tournament. They've seen the loss, then they made an excellent comeback, and now, big game. There'll be a few butterflies in the dugout. Nagayan, he didn't have a good day, but Shehan did.
No butterflies for him, that's for sure. He just plays his shots. Joe Syria, left-handed batsman, nice to have a dip after bowling. Those 2 wickets and 2 balls in the 19th over from Adi Sheikh, that really put him on the back foot a little bit, just when they needed to get going. They needed to step on that 19th over and then catapult in the 20th. That wasn't the case, but yeah, maybe 200 was a bridge too far at the start, but surely 180, 170 they should have got, but no, 158 for 7 after their 20. So they'll be quite happy with things, the Chicago Patriots, that they turn out to bat. Momentum in this game is a big word, and they would have been by far the happier camp, I'm sure. Now they're just finishing off with the bat. Conditions are good, the track is nice. Kumar's been in good nick. He's looked good. He hasn't capitalised as well as a lot of people, including me, would like to see. He's a fine player. Got a good 50 in the first innings and 35 deliveries. But he's someone who can really go and get himself a big score, and that'll help the team enormously.
Yeah, when he faced the California Golden Eagles, Nitish Kumar was able to get 31 or 26. Then a very soft dismissal as well in the next game. Ryan Khan Pathan, he doesn't walk out with a bat, he walks out with a sledgehammer. Unbelievably clean striker of the cricket ball. An import from Canada.
And if he gets going, that's going to make it easier for Kumar. Just take a bit more time to find his feet.
Fourth stump line, brilliant start. Everybody keep your notebooks very much ready. And to provide that tick, we've got someone who's very adept at that tick, sitting alongside us in the commentary box as well, Mr. Darcy. He's concentrating only on length and line. Doesn't need to be a laboured running in, isn't it? Off late, we've seen so many bowlers who used to have a very smooth run up, now sort of ambling in.
Wasn't always the case. I was working on that game when he brought that notebook out. He used to come screaming in.
Slip in place. Oh, brilliant. Extra bounce for the likes of Ryan Khan, who himself is a towering figure.
So if they can make him feel a little bit uncomfortable, then that's going to certainly keep him quiet, and they'll be hoping he will do something rash.
His counterparts have been working with the cutters, but Kesrick Williams is able to generate a bit of swing. Oh, good fielding. Just the kind of support Kesrick required in case he committed a mistake. That easily could have been a boundary.
Yeah, it's good buzz in the field too. Look at all the guys going to him. They know how important that was. Could have easily raced away, and if he hits a couple of boundaries, then he's off. But not to be. Still kept on strike, still to get off the mark.
Dexter Sween bouncing on it. This time stylish, elegant, and result achieved. Once bitten, twice shy. This is a much needed boundary after 4 dot balls.
Got away with the ball before, Kesrick Williams, with that fine piece of fielding, and unfortunately for him, he followed up with a similar delivery. Leg side, just flipped away. Got a bit more height on it this time, and it just bounced before the rope.
As easy as it gets. The idea was not to try and hit it hard. First runs on the board. With a solid defense, he'll finish this over. First over gone. 4 for no loss. Chicago Patriots. Josh Wiley, Angelo Pereira searching for form. Carmine Leroux. Gayan didn't have a good day with the ball in hand. Jamar Hamilton is in superb form. Shehan Jayasuriya is raring to go. Nitish Shadley, Akhilesh, Aditya as well. Ryan Khan Patan has been utilized as a substitute. The impact player, I beg your pardon. Now, Ryan Khan Patan along with Nitish Kumar. Two explosive batters up top compared to the template that the opponents followed, where Katwaru was playing the second fiddle and Rajdeep went bonkers.
Nitish Kumar is not so much an explosive batsman. Yes, he is when he gets going, but he's one of those guys who's a proper player. You will never see him play a rash shot. You'll never see him play a shot out of character. It's always pretty controlled.
Should be taken, should be catch practice. And he didn't move an inch. Dexter Sween starts off with a wicket.
Well, there's one that wasn't controlled, that's for sure. Slightly short, fancied the pull shot, didn't hit out of the middle. Bat might have spun in his hand just a little bit on the top of the bat. Yep. And no energy behind that shot at all. Easy catch. That's a big wicket first up. That upsets who they bat around. He's gone, so suddenly things have to change a lot. I wonder if that's going to change his partner. It's going to change his style. Kumar goes first ball, 4 for 1.
Shehan Jayasuriya, plethora of experience, loves this format. 1050s and a century. Today, if he's anywhere close to the kind of cricketer he is with a bat in hand, Chicago Patriots can walk away with an easy win. Dexter Sween is breathing fire on top of his mark. He started with a wicket, and that to a big one of Nitish Kumar. Thought about it a little, then the single was complete. There was no real calling, just eye movements.
It was a good delivery too, first up to Jayasuriya, nice and tight, not giving any room outside that off stump so he can play square the wicket. Another look at the dismissal of Kumar. Really need to play that shot. It's not a big total that they're chasing. He could have just worked it around a little bit. He's got a partner who does that sort of stuff and plays shots at every opportunity. But nothing behind it, and on his way after a very soft dismissal in my book.
Oh, good ball. This was by far the quickest that Dexter has bowled in this over so far. Started off with a short delivery that got him a wicket. Now he's pushing the length forward, and it's working.
Patan on strike. That line is perfect from Sween, keeping it very tight to the off stump, not allowing any room to play any shot. If he is going to play a shot, it's going to be fraught with danger. Got to be nice and tidy with that line.
Superb stop. Anderson. That ball thuds into you with a bit of cold as well. It stings. But it stings for the better when you stop that boundary. That was a good crack.
It was, and the bowler was helped by some tidy fielding. Probably deserved some runs. That ball's a little bit too wide. But with both these batsmen, both these aggressive batsmen, you've got a very tight line, but it's left and right-handed batsman, makes it a little bit challenging.
Edged, but really difficult to take this one. Needed a jetpack, not a jersey. This will go for 4. Very stylishly collected though. Dexter a little unlucky there. Ran Patan gets another boundary.
Only need to go at about 8.5 or just under that per over, so they don't do anything too adventurous.
He's a very tall bowler, Dexter. So there might be an illusion of extra bit of bounce as well, which at times doesn't come to you, but he's up against a tall batter too. Can't get this single. 5 runs on a wicket from Dexter's over. 2 gone, 9 for 1.
Yes,
9 for 1 after 2 overs, the Patriots. A couple of boundaries that Ran Pathan has managed. One very stylish on the leg side. One around the third slip region that raced away to the third man fence. Owing to that, Chicago Patriots are 9 for 1. It's Kesrick to continue. Slightly slow. And Shihan Jayasuriya will steal a single.
Nicely bowled. Nice and tight. Couldn't allow him to free his arms at all, so just had to push one and swap around. Here comes the challenge. So that was sliding down the leg side. If you're bowling to a right-hander, that previous delivery was perfect to a left-hander. And that's perfect for a right-hander. He was looking to go long, but that's fine. Kesrick won't be worried about that. He'll be happy if he tries that, because those are good deliveries.
Brilliant from Kesrick Williams. And the length seems to be working, and this illusion of extra bit of bounce as well. Ran Pathan through the kitchen sink at it. This is a genuine waft. The wobbly seam. Is that another top edge? Lands safely. Ryan Khan will thank the stars. A direct hit is a statement. This is superb work by the Eagles, keeping the pressure on. First an early wicket. Now Kesrick Williams, who's generated 101, is literally showing bowling 101.
Yeah, I think things are going perfectly to plan at the moment. Wasn't too far away with that leading edge from being dismissed in the air for a long, long time. And I think everything right now is almost spot on the way they're going. Kesrick Williams having a bit of fun.
That's one way not to have a concussion test. Calling Kesrick Williams to tap you on the head. And this is why we had a concussion test. Ran Khan Pathan got a bit of bat and then a lot of helmet. Now he was in trouble for just a moment when the ball was in the air. Then it was Jayasuriya who was in a bit of bother, but he had plonked his bat on the other side.
Only just though. He was hovering with that bat just above the ground for a while, and then the last minute he just plonked it down.
Good start for Kesrick Williams. Shihan Jayasuriya being kept quiet. Someone who's willfully hitting boundaries usually. Now I'll tell you what. Nitish Kumar. This is how he got out in the second game. First one got a bit of start. The second game, soft dismissal there of a hardcore hitter. And then today, I think the way he's getting out would be something that will be playing in his mind. Different traps, same batter. Is that a chink in the armory, or what do you feel? Getting a start in the first game, then everybody analyzing every movement of yours.
The more infuriating dismissal would have been the first one we showed, when he would played so well, then went into a hole, and then he tried to get out of it, and wickets fell, and then he tried to do something rather than keep the ship afloat. and then he hit it straight down deep forward square leg throat. That would have been the most annoying for him. I'm not horribly bothered about the one tonight. He's a better player than that. He knows that as well. But he would have been annoyed with the dismissal 2 days ago.
Would he leave it to the Canadian friend to provide a good start today? Ryan Khan Pathan, who's been exercising his luck quite a bit, including this one. Kesrick Williams completes a binary over 1-0-1-0. 13 for 1 and 3. For 1 in 3 overs, 146 in 102. It's a long way to go. Dexter has been excellent in his first over. The captain trusts him with another over here. Kesrick bowls 2 on the trot as well, giving away just 8. The Eagles at this stage were 24 for no loss. But it's the Chicago Patriots who are 13 for 1 at this stage, but were brilliant in the middle overs to tie the Carolina Eagles down from flying higher.
This is exactly the sort of thing that shouldn't be happening after an over. They should rush and get that sorted out as quickly as they possibly can. Brian, the umpire, was standing right next to him and probably telling him all the time, I'm sure, you got to go, keep going, move. So it doesn't happen, but they should be more organised than that. Can't have these stoppages in T20 cricket.
Third man's out, 5 lengths inside the circle. Mid on and mid off up in the circle. Ryan Khan loves going straight. Will have to take that single, but braving the throw. Don't think Jayasuriya knew the throw was at his end, but still made it.
And it's only singles at the moment. Needed to go 8 runs and over the start of this innings. They now need to go at 8.6 runs and over. Run rate is going at 4.4 only. How close was he? Jayasuriya was ball watching at the non-striker's end. I think he would have been okay had there been connection with the timber, but only just. Would have been tight.
Shehan Jayasuriya has been kept quiet so far. Dexter's providing that extra bit of bounce as well. Jayasuriya is very compactly built. Loves playing the unorthodox shot too. This time hardly ducks because this one bounces way beyond him. 1 for the over, says the umpire.
Nicely bowled. Very well bowled. Bit of aggression. Now look at all these fielders also. That's great to see. Sharma, he was in there straight away. Encouraging the bowler, but encroaching in the batsman's space. I quite like that. When a side's up and they're bowling nicely, bit of aggression from the fielding side. Nothing wrong with that at all. Got to be encouraged.
How impressive has Dexter been? 8 deliveries, a wicket and just 6 runs given away. And almost picking up another. This might run away for 4. Yes, it eventually will. Any other day, that's what Dexter would be saying. Any other day, leg stump.
Yeah, a bit unlucky that time. Jayasuriya was not totally comfortable with that delivery. Wasn't too far away from that leg stump. This was the noise you heard as it went past that stump mic. That's how fine it was. But he'll be happy that he got a boundary. At least that keeps that scoreboard ticking over a little bit.
The field will remain same. Dexter, will he go for the slower delivery? The extra bit of bounce is second nature to him. No, he wants to be quick and towards the torso. Shehan Jayasuriya somehow negotiates it, but still felt that he was cramped for room a little bit.
It gave him nothing to go with, nothing to work with at all. Couldn't play that cut shot he likes, couldn't play that pull shot. Was tired of that body of his, and really had to jam down at the last minute.
This is bowling masterclass from Dexter. Attacking bowling. He's gone back of length once again. No timing on it. Shehan Jayasuriya. He himself was caught in the swivel. Could hardly run important dot ball.
Patan, 11 off 15. That's not the normal strike rate he works with. Jay Saria, 7 off 7. Also not the same that he goes with. They'll both be feeling it a bit here because that run rate is just creeping up at a fraction. It's no real problem at the moment. It's just creeping though.
That's well struck though. Will pick up a single and believe he deserved more there. 4 overs gone, 19 for 1. $19 for 1 in 4 overs, just in case you're wondering what that star means alongside Ryan Khan's name. It's that he was brought in as an impact player. 11 of 15, he's yet to create that big impact, which if he hangs around, he will, because he trusts his style of play. Shehan Jayasuriya has been kept quiet too for the time being. How much longer? Shiva Shankar. He's inherited a very good scorecard. 19 for 1 in 4 overs. It's time for Shiva Shankar to continue to apply pressure from his end. Starts off with a poor delivery. Couldn't collect it, Katparu.
Straight away, he's got to get this back on track. So the guys before him have done a fine job for 4 overs. Kept things very tight. He's got to make sure that he keeps it tight as well. That's good to see his teammate having a chat to him also. He's got to try and do as best as he possibly can to ensure he follows up. Kesrick was the one that was chatting and perhaps asking for someone to be a little bit finer. It's okay, just tucking him up a little bit, just working on that leg stump. The secret right now is to continue exactly what they were doing before, giving them no room whatsoever. So they can't free their arms, can't play their favourite shots. Don't give anything square that they can put away easily.
Shiva Shankar was part of the under-19 setup for West Indies. A 21-year-old. Now can he pick up his first USPL wicket? That line, I'm not really convinced. Be an easy single for Shehan Jayasuriya. Little challenge presented.
We're at the stage now where the guys, after the first season, and also knowing some of the guys that they didn't see in the first season, and knowing some of the guys they're playing against at the moment, their strengths. And his strength is square the wicket on the offside. He's had virtually nothing at all throughout this entire innings that he could work square on the offside. And that is really good, because that's that he feeds off, and that's what keeps him alive.
Let's this one go. He can come down the track in the same line. It's only if he tries to go outside of Ryan Khan, then the guideline moves along with him.
Couple of wides. I think that line is okay from the umpire's point of view. It's a guideline, that blue line. We'll see this ball just travel past.
Phillies United skipper Rakeem Cornwall quietly watching from one of the stands, perhaps the same that he loves to pepper those sixers in.
That's just inside that guideline. Yeah, he's playing the first game tomorrow. Big Rakeem Cornwall watching from the shadows in a black sweater. We spotted you, Rakeem. We spotted you.
Cornwall's team would be playing the Cowboys tomorrow, the third game. Not good timing, but still enough for that single. Good enough. Good work by Yasir Mohammed, the youngster. loves to throw himself out there. Convert those half chances. That's what Yasir says. Convert those half chances, set high standards for yourself.
All the fielding's been good. Been lots of chat, been desperate dives. Saving the bowler if anything's not absolutely ideal.
Wait till you see him in action with the ball in hand. He's got a trick or two up his sleeve. This over has been about wide singles and dots. If he can somehow negate those wides, Shiva would become even more effective. But looks like he's bowled half an over of wides itself. For some reason, he sees a right-hander when Shehan's batting.
Yeah, he's got to get across there on the other side. That's good to see. The captain coming over, have a bit of a chat. Making sure he's okay. Captains don't need to say too much, just words of encouragement. Keswick Williams also, just words of encouragement. Last thing they want is to have someone walk along with them and go back to the top of the bowling mark with them and talk for about 5 or 6 paces. Just a quick little chat. Word of encouragement and come on, you can finish. Just finish this over out. Got to get tight on that off-stump line.
It's going to be another wide delivery. Brian Kane's been standing like a scarecrow more in this over.
I don't mind this though. Bowling around the wicket now, changing his line. Obviously someone who feels quite comfortable doing that. There's experience for you with Keswick.
I think Keswick has figured out the plan that Shiva was trying to execute and failing miserably. Hence guiding the youngster. Borrow a leaf out of his notebook, Shiva. Borrow a leaf out of his notebook. I will not be happy with this one though. Gajanand Singh. Single.
So he was marking his run out as if he was going around the wicket, which I didn't mind because I thought he might be able to tuck him up, but then he bowled over the wicket. I tell you what's quite interesting, I've actually seen Makarantini do that. Makarantini has often, when he was in his playing day, has often marked his run out up from around the wicket, as if he's bowling around the wicket, but then made a mark across the other side as if he's bowling over the wicket. I've often seen him do that in test matches, and he's been absolutely fine doing it.
Oh, that made a good sound as it came off the bat as well. Ryan Khan knew it's going to be 4 the moment it left his bat. Much needed boundary. The score propels to 30 for 1 after 5.
Well, tomorrow, exciting day of action for you. Hopefully, the weather permitting, we'll get all 3 games in. But it is getting to that business end of the tournament where teams need to win and need to win quickly to have a chance of qualifying for those semi-finals. Top 4 out of the 7 teams will progress. Yeah, game well poised at the moment. The seamers have done well. Will be seam continuing. Now, Sion Hackett. Andrew Leonard alongside me. Andrew, what have you seen so far from these first 5 overs? Who is in the ascendancy?
Well, good evening, Nikhil. Good evening, everyone. Great to be with you, mate, firstly. And that's what we got tomorrow. And I think we are going to have our first full triple header. We waited for you to get here before we were able to bring you all the action in its entirety. The game's hanging in the balance. The required run rate is something that the Chicago side really need to keep an eye on. See it there, it's veering up towards 9 and over, but that's going to help pierces the gap, Jaya Surya. He bowled very well, and now he's got a job to do with the bat.
Yeah, first boundary in a couple of overs, and can see the plan here from Hackett going hard length. It's a good dexterity though from Jayasuriya. Played it late enough to split that gap. Two men were very close together in that point region. Now a change in field maybe. Still inside the power play. Does have deep third. Backward square, so field stays the same. There's still those 2 point fielders though, you can see right of screen. Now another change. Deep third will come up into the circle. Good experience for the young man though, 20 years old. He's part of the Trinidadian under 23 side. And one of the major talents going around the West Indies. So square leg has come into the circle. Mid wicket has gone to the boundary, as well as long on. So both deep on the onside now. Well, how about that? It's hit the stump, but I don't think the bail has fallen off. That is unbelievable.
Well, Ed Joyce, Cricket World Cup 2015, Ben Stokes in the Ashes. This has happened a little bit more frequently than you would have thought, and you're spot on the money. The sides may have lit up, even the top right bail may have lit up. That matters none whatsoever. Jayasuriya knows the laws too. He stayed in his crease, not out, dot ball. You'll see it very clearly here in the replay. He's trying to get into that shape to play the Joe Root ramp shot. Clearly lights up. It's just a kiss. Just a little flick of the off stump. Not a great shot. There was even a wobble, wasn't there? A little wobble, but not enough.
Exquisite from Jayasuriya. Yeah, cashing on his luck. Second boundary in the over.
That's going to add a little bit of insult to injury for the bowler. Millimeters away the previous delivery from picking up the second wicket, and now maybe not the greatest effort at cover. Jayasuriya finishing this power play with a bit of a flourish. Sharma was never going to be able to cut it off.
Yeah, and I mean, he's very lucky, Jayasuriya, because Hackett is not slow by any means. And that wasn't pace off either. But what he's trying to do is, after Hackett brought fine leg into the circle, he does like to be innovative. And he bats himself to play those ramps, even plays one in the offside, which is a rarity for batters. So now with both fine leg and third in the circle, that is an option if Hackett continues to go full.
Well, it's great to watch this. We'll take one more look, Nikhil. First time you've seen this live?
As you said, I would have seen the Ben Stokes one in the Ashes, but as you said, to see it up close, Hackett is not so. Look how fast, how quickly the ball gets to Stephen Katwaru behind the stumps. Almost catches him off guard and hits his hand. To think that the ball crashes into the stump, or I should say on the side of the stump, and the bail doesn't fall off.
There's almost a little wobble, isn't there? Just there. You can see the bail almost think about going down. I love moments like that. I'm pretty sure the first time it happened with the Zing bails was Ed Joyce in 2015, Ireland versus UAE at the Gabba at the Cricket World Cup, and it gave them a good clatter that time. And Joyce couldn't believe his luck. That one went viral around the world, but it does happen a bit more frequently with the amount of cricket being played. Very unlucky bowler, Cyan Hackett.
Yeah, gets away with that because mid-on was in the circle. Pathan will feel he missed out. It's 10 from the over, 40 for 1. End of the first power play, and even though the Eagles have only taken the 1 wicket, given the score that they have on the board, the asking rate is close to 8.5 runs per over. They'll be happy with this. They'll understand the importance of breaking this partnership. And with the left hand at the crease, time for some spin. Anderson Mahays, who was part of that West Indies under-19 World Cup side back in 2022 from Trinidad, mentioned the influx of Trinidadians in this team. So even with the left-handed Jayasuriya, they're not afraid to go to the left arm spin. That's good to see. Sometimes that matchup can be overplayed. Has to be cognizant though of that bigger side, and that's why he's bowling from this end. That 75-yard boundary is to the leg side of Jayasuriya, and he's also got 3 deep on the leg side for protection.
You often look at chases like this, and if you don't get off to a flying start, Ryan Kampathan is known as a guy who strikes at astronomical numbers for Canada up at the top. He hasn't done that today. Hasn't played probably a huge amount of high-level cricket in recent times out of the Canadian national team. We all know how devastating he can be. But if you don't get off to that flyer, you have to readjust and find a way. So from here, in these middle overs, they're going to have to score at least 7 or 8 runs per over off the spinners. They can't afford to score at 4s and 5s.
Someone would look at Pathan's numbers, Lenny, and say, how is this guy not in the team? Averages over 50, strike rate 160. He's got that T20 International 100, but it was against Panama. But Canada have created so much competition for places now that he's found it difficult to get back in the side. His last T20 was back in February last year. And the World Cup is around the corner, so he'll be wanting to use this tournament to get back in the reckoning. Yeah, through extra cover, inside out. Really well played by Jayasuriya, and I wonder if the switch has been flicked after the power play.
Well, this is a shot of real class, isn't it? Not even out of the middle of the bat, but the impressive thing for me is the way he creates this arc. This angle will be perfect. Even though the left arm spinner's coming around the wicket to him, he's found a way to sort of manufacture it over the head of the cover fielder. Maybe a few signs, a little bit of dampness in the outfield too. Bowler just looking to dry the ball, pressure on him.
Yeah, really well fielded. And what tends to happen, not only here in the Caribbean as well, when you have rain during the day like we had today, and the moisture's in the outfield, there's not enough there to dry it. So even if there's no dew factor, that moisture's retained and tends to play a part. Yasser Mohammed is a wrist spinner, could be trouble for him in terms of gripping the ball. Work for long on to do. This mid-wicket actually does well.
You just wonder, are Carolina going to target Jayasuriya between the wickets as well? He's not the swiftest, is he? Good piece of field in reverse hands from Sion Hackett. Does get back for a couple. A big impact on the game with the ball, Jayasuriya, 1 for 20. He's just starting to heat up, a bit like Gajanan Singh did in the first innings.
Yeah, they'll take that, you know, just 8 from the over, 48 for 1. Could be an influx of spin now. Gajanan Singh should be a good run chase actually. These low scores tend to be thrilling. let's go down to Roshni, who has a special guest.
I'm joined with the owners of the Carolina Eagles, Shiv Tima. Shiv, walk me through, how much time have you spent building the side?
Thanks for having me. That's a great question. If you look at the time consumed in creating this squad, you can pretty much say for the past couple of years, ever since the conception of USPL. A lot of the guys who are part of us, they were part of us last year. And it's just a building process from there, and that's how the squad was built.
We're going to throw to the comm box another lucky charm with us.
Yeah, it was inevitable, really, because Ryan Kampathan needed to get a move on. 21 deliveries faced for just 17. And straight away, wicket straight away for Ravish Kanchi. Ravish Kanchi, correction. Straight through the gate. Pathan gone for 17, it's 48 for 2. Yeah, skipper Angelo Pereira comes to the middle. His team still in a decent position. I think that 158 that they're chasing is slightly below par. However, the last couple overs, it's been stagnant, and the asking rate is creeping up closer to 9 runs and over. So Pereira want to get in quickly. Let's go back to Roshni.
Shiv,
Yes.
seriously being the lucky charm, the team getting a wicket, how does it feel?
It feels great, and I would like to request you to keep me here for as long as you can, so this way helps my team.
I really think it's the owner's lucky spot there.
Yes.
But, back to building the squad, obviously last edition, the team did great. You
Yes.
definitely had those. I think you maybe filled in a little holes as well.
Yes, definitely. And like you said, last year it was a great squad. They gelled in very quickly. And that's the whole idea this year as well. So the squad gets, gels in nice and quick and easy. And then from there, they just enjoy the games and have fun.
Lastly, I know you guys have had probably some dread in terms of the rain, getting,
Yes.
a lot of matches abandoned.
Yes.
But how do you think the boys, are feeling finally getting a full game as well?
They're so ecstatic. It's great to finally be on the pitch and have some, great cricket. And looking forward to it.
Well, thank you, and we're
Yes.
going to throw it back to the comm box.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. He'll be a happy man given the way his team has started. Spin from both ends. Do have Yasser Mohammed as well, who can feature with that leg spin. Yeah, that's Jayasuri at his best. All of his boundaries today have been through that offside.
Well, the 50 brought up in real style. Little floaty off breaks, maybe with a little bit of occasional mystery to them, but you cannot be a good player if you play this shot well. And how well does he play it, Nikhil? That is stunning. Glorious inside out over extra cover all the way for 6. Ranshu Sharma tries to encourage the bowler, but that's a stunning stroke.
Yeah, and I think that might be the better line to him. Just the way, the proficiency he's shown in that offside. May want to be straight to him, force it into the bigger boundary. Now over to you, Captain Pereira. And they're back their power with Hamilton, Joshua Trump to come. They've shown us a couple times what they're capable of as a batting unit. Chance, maybe no. In the gap, this is turning out to be a great over, even though they've lost the wicket. It's gone all the way for a maximum 14 from the over, 62 for 2. That worm heading in the right direction. That big over has helped the run rate get closer to 8 and over. But even if they maybe need 60 or 65 off the last 5 and they have wickets in hand, they'll bat themselves. The Patriots, but you think Jayasuriya, with his left-handed presence at the crease, holds the key. Couple of overs of spin. Now we'll see Shiva Shankar back into the attack.
Right in the middle of your shot there, that's up towards Seminole. Amazing guitar-shaped hotel. The Hard Rock, and then it flies the strings of the guitar into the sky. Just one of the many sights and sounds of this great state of Florida. Brilliant host venue for this USPL, the Broward County Stadium. See him back into the attack. Really feels to me, Nikhil, as though tomorrow when we kick into the full triple headers, it's going to start to be moving day. There's the guitar, the strings virtually into the air. Can you believe that just 3 points separate all 7 sides? Top 4 go to the semis, and even the Mavericks, because of those 3 washouts, they've only side to have played for at the moment.
Very good from Jayasuriya, and the boundaries are flowing now in the last couple of overs.
Lovely wrists here from Jayasuriya. Look at this for a shot. He knows that fine leg is up in the circle. So get it up into the air, you're going to get 4. 2 good days over the next 48 hours. You can almost guarantee yourself a semi-final spot by picking up back-to-back wins. This game, right now, the Patriots are moving into the ascendancy. The required run rate and the current run rate almost exactly the same right now.
I thought about it. Both third and fine leg in the circle. And a team like the Eagles could really benefit from picking up a win here, because some teams have paid the price a bit more than others because of the rain. And now right hand on strike. Extra catcher coming into that offside.
This partnership here feels like a key one, doesn't it? These two, they're here in 6-7 overs time. And this game's only going one way, and for me, as they get back for a couple, comfortably enough, Kesrick Williams does the fielding. If you're the captain of the Patriots, you're the much happier of the two sides. For Gajanan Singh, I think he's got to get Yasir Mohammed into the game. I know there's a left-hander at the crease, Nikhil. Get Yasir Mohammed into the game. Allow your wrist spinner to impact it, to influence it.
Yeah, and the captain will know as well. He's got 11 overs after this. 4 of them could be from Sween and Williams, who bowled in the power play with just 2 fielders out and kept them to just 19 runs. Seem to have found the right length, and both can take pace off the ball. So they need Shankar to give them a few good overs in the middle here. I said it earlier that the Patriots will bat themselves to maybe get 65 in the last 5 wickets in hand. Well, on the flip side of that, the Eagles will bat this man to defend, even if it's 50 or even 40. Seemed to have found that hard length early on in his spell. Kesrick Williams.
Well, I think they've got to turn to a 7th bowler. Got to get Mohammed into the game. Could be a chance just outside of the dive of the cover fielder, but good running's going to get them back for 2. You pick wrist spinners to win your matches. End of the 9th. It's 72 for 2.
Such a big clash this, because at the end of this both teams would have played 4. You don't want to be stuck on 3 points after 4 games in a 6-game preliminary tournament. So crucial 11 overs to come. Some of the owners of the teams here in attendance. Gajanan Singh, the captain. Now some off spin, assuming with Jayasuriya, the left-hander, still in the middle.
Seems to be an obsession, a fascination with matchups in the modern T20 world. The data analysts have got into the game and they've controlled things a bit too much. We saw it in the World Cup semi-final today. They refused to bowl the world's #1 ODI bowler. They wouldn't bring Keshav Maharaj on, the left-arm spinner, because there was left-handers at the crease. Then he came on and he immediately got the left-hander out, but it was 5 overs too late at least. And that's what Gajanan Singh is thinking right now. He doesn't want to bowl his wrist spinner Yasir Mohammed to the left-handed Jayasuriya. So he's going to bowl his part-time off breaks, which have had a little bit more success in recent times for the USA. Have to back youth. You've got to back. You're going to pick a wrist spinner, bowl him, give him the ball.
That's a big chance. Big chance going to begging. Katwaru is usually very tidy behind the stumps. That was the golden opportunity to get Jayasuriya.
Gajanan Singh says, that's why I'm bowling the off spinner, and he just came up. He's got to stay down, Katwaru. Well, he's had a day to forget, hasn't he? Really struggled with the bat. And now a big missed chance of Jayasuriya.
I assume on the other hand, thinking could be this will be more runs. I just assume maybe Gajanan Singh feels he has a chance to get Jayasuriya because he's a part-time option and knows that the position of the game may force Jayasuriya to have to attack him. But I understand your point, because Mohammed does bowl the googly, so he can have that ball that goes away.
And it's my shocking bias towards wrist spin, of course, Nikhil. You know how much I love any of my wrist spinning colleagues. Love them, get them into the game. Massive moment in the clash, though. Watch it how Katwaru snatched here. As a keeper, you have to stay down. Snatched. He was too keen to take the bails off. Hard hands, and as a consequence, Jayasuriya survived.
Yeah.
So far, so good from Singh. Just the 4 runs and the 5 deliveries. Needs to close out the over well. They are going to have a look at that run out just to be sure.
Yeah, the big screen will be called into action. Katwaru will be ruining his chance at not stumping a wicket. He tried to make up for it with a run out, but safely home. Again, you feel a bit for the umpire there. He'll have been blindsided by the keeper. He is safely home. A little bit closer than we first thought, perhaps, actually. That stumping, though, you just sense that was the moment to defend a total like they have. It's only around par at a very high-scoring venue that we're at here at the Broward County Stadium. Everything has to go right. You need to take chances like that. Jayasuriya is looking very dangerous.
A good start, though, for Gajanan Singh, the captain, bringing himself on. It's worked. Just 5 from his first over. Halfway stage, 77 for 2, and time for drinks. halfway stage. And they'll be looking to build on this partnership, which is now worth 29. It's coming good time as well, just 17 deliveries. 82 remaining from the last 10. Just about 8 and over with 8 wickets in hand. They'll bat themselves. Suhas Vedam is alongside me. Suhas, who's in the advantage at this stage?
Patriots for sure with 8 wickets in hand, as you called it. Now in these drinks breaks, as you very well know, it's not just the bottles of water. Those are filled with messages from the dugout. The worms suggest that by the end of the worm, the Eagles got off to a good start, but then the worms start to look like caterpillars with those dots adjacent to each other. That's always a problem. They didn't get the crescendo finish they dreamt of. Yasir. Everyone was waiting with eyes peeled out to watch Yasir, because he's got the capability to pick up wickets when things are not going the team's way. Angelo Pereira, who was struggling for form, now has found something to cheer about. 12:06. Shehan's been providing an excellent counter-attack. Took some time initially. Watch out for how many googlies he bowls, Yasir. And he doesn't change much. The release point remains the same, Nikhil.
Yeah, I'm watching to see in terms of how he's able to grip the ball, because it's clearly difficult. It's been difficult for the spinners. You can see they're drying it constantly, just to see how much revs he can impart on the ball based on the moisture.
78 for 2 in 10.1. Yasir's been asked to pick up a wicket at all costs, because only that will keep them in the game. He's invited the big shot. That's half the battle won. Too much risk for a single. Shehan's looking at the bat in dismay.
Hello, Suhas.
So we've got a new kind of Comcam as well. The drone. Looking sharp, Nikhil. And welcome to USPL Season 2.
It's been fascinating so far.
Straight down the ground. Always a good option. Work to do. I think he cut it too close. I think he was not in control. Was he in contact? What does the umpire say? He would want to look at it again. It was Kesrick Williams, who's still young at heart. One moment he's making him as big as possible to reach the ball, and then he had to shrink himself to be as small as possible. But while he was in contact with the ball, it feels like he was also creasing the boundary rope. I think he would have felt it. He didn't know how near he was, the boundary rope, Nikhil, but he would have felt it.
Yeah, the outfield there is close to the boundaries, a little tender as well. So I looked at Kesrick Williams when he got up, seemed to be walking a bit gingerly. That's a concern, because he's important with ball in hand. Umpire Brian Kane will signal a boundary. So good start to this over, trying to put the new bowler under some pressure.
6 runs of the first 3. Gentle as that. Effectiveness really, really high. There are a couple of runs taken by the time the throw comes in. And this is where two men who roots from Sri Lanka, played a lot of spin bowling, understand how to chase down targets.
That's it, yes, that's it.
Is it going to be the regular leg spin, or would he try to flight this up a little more? Flight aplenty. He's got a very big heart, young Yasir.
Got away with that. Big region, an opportunity to score through extra cover. He knew it as well, Pereira.
2 dot balls to finish the over with. 11 gone, 85 for 2.
stay there. He should have come in.
The iconic pavilion end of the Broward County Cricket Stadium. It's a beautiful cricket stadium. It's going to be even more so with the World Cup coming up. 44 of 33, Shehan's playing a gem of an innings for someone who started off a little slowly, but believed that he can always make a comeback and cover up. Angelo, 19 of 11, is playing a very steady hand too. Two men who played a lot of cricket together though.
And this partnership has forced now the Eagles captain to go back to one of their strike options in Dexter Sween. I think earlier than they would have wanted. But the aim now obviously will be to break this partnership.
In 11 overs, 8 bowlers have been used so far. And that's what Dexter Sween can do as well, from whatever little that I've seen, is that he tends to hurry the batters too. And that bounce is very, very deceptive. You must have seen a bit more of him. How does he get his wickets?
Yeah, well, I was quite surprised to see the length today, because usually he bowls full and can swing the ball back in. But I think it tells you about the surface, because when you go to that hard length, seems to be a bit too paced, this surface, and as you mentioned, some of them have skid through. So pretty much all of the deliveries he's bowled has been a shorter length than he usually goes to.
Just adding on to your point, once you commit yourself to a delivery that's rising at you, you always get into a tangle in case you don't get it from the middle of the bat. Angelo wants the better part of the bat on that one. Dexter's quite content giving away singles. The one boundary that was scored off him, that was also due to a slice of luck. What a brilliant innings this has been from Shehan Jayasuriya. 45 of 34 when the team needed it the most. 72 of 52. Things can still get trickier. They need to target one bowler to close out the gap between runs required and balls left. Wanting to do something cheeky. Very ambitious, that appeal though. Shehan Jayasuriya has got all the shots in the book, but really surprised that he wanted to do something very innovative. The situation doesn't demand him to do so. He gave it away a little early as well. Impact outside. And one of the bail is always lit. One of the bails always lit.
Good change that from Sween. Right, hard length throughout this spell. A change up, full delivery. He does have the York he can go to as well.
Is there a slow one loading? He's been a treat to watch so far, Dexter Sheen. He's got the X factor about him. Shehan wants to push for two and turns quickly as well. Throws on its way. This could be tied, but still makes it. The umpire had a great position this time around. Brian Kane. Still wanting to be absolutely sure that Shehan's made it. Who tends to have a habit of plonking the bat and not sliding it at times. But I just get a feeling, once again, because he knew how hard he's hit it, he had calculated that he can make it in time. Slightly wider throws, which had to be tamed, did not help. He'd almost gone past the stumps. Katfaru's done his best though. Better safe than sorry. 87 for 2 in 11.3 now. 2 more added to the tally. 4 runs of Dexter's over so far. He'll take it at this stage, but what they need even more so is a wicket. Opportunity. No, he's picked a beautiful area. What a way to bring up his half century. Shehan Jayasuriya is the man who fought through the difficult times, believed that form will come back to him, and once he got the rhythm, he never looked back.
Yeah, really well composed innings from Jayasuriya, the Sri Lankan. The way he's built it, the boundary options he's selected as well. Been very effective today through that offside, but he's managed the risk well. Understands the importance and how much of a factor he is to this run chase.
He's done the majority of scoring, 51 of 37. Or sets himself nicely. And this will be another boundary. What a way to finish the over that just had 4 runs and 4 balls initially. 97 for 2. (62 from 48) seems simpler with 8 wickets in hand for Chicago Patriots, who've scripted a brilliant run chase so far. There were a couple of hiccups, but this partnership is bringing them back into the game big time. Lot more air he gave, and Angelo decides to give it even more air from the bat.
100 comes up with that maximum. This has been excellent from Pereira, and obviously Shehan Jayasuriya has taken the spotlight, but he's striking at 200 and only 2 dots in the 13 that he's faced. Been able to rotate strike, but not only that, he's taken pressure off by finding the boundary. 2 sixes now and a boundary in his 13 deliveries. This has been good.
The idea to go after young Yasir Mohammed has worked so far for the 2 Sri Lankans out there. Punch to the back foot. Looks so composed. Angelo Pereira just knows what his options are. Once he got the big shot out of the way, first ball, now he can dictate terms, set the tone nicely.
That maximum really does put them in the driver's seat for the rest of the over, because they can afford now to just rotate strike, don't necessarily need to find a boundary. Asking rate is 7 and over. They've got that already. It's just been really intelligent batting from these 2.
That's got the bat required. No! Taken. Against the run of play, it's Shehan Jayasuriya who's walking back, and Yasir has produced the wicket. Yes, he did go for runs, 7 of them in the first 2. But Shehan Jayasuriya trying to up the ante, perishing in the process. Would be furious with himself because this shot wasn't required at this stage.
Yeah, and credit though to the Eagles for sticking with Mohammed, understanding that Jayasuriya will look at this matchup and want to take it on, and he'll be disappointed because it's a smaller boundary and he plays that slog sweep well. Didn't get it in the end, but a valiant effort from Jayasuriya. First half century of the tournament, gone for 55, 104 for 3.
Jamar Hamilton, 18 games, 191 runs in his T20 career. A gentle tap will pick up a single, will waste no time to start to take. Angelo has found form. Jamar is breathing form after the last innings. Walked away with the player of the match as well.
Got 50 in that last game against the Golden Eagles. Hamilton came in when they were in a real crisis, got them to 164, which turned out to be a winning score.
He loves to play the shot. And well, I think he did well initially, but then slid on with it. Sion Hackett. The umpire will have another look at it. It was a very fluent stroke though. Angelo Pereira going inside out is a sight to behold.
Hackett has been very busy on that deep cover boundary. Just took the catch, but he's been active in terms of his boundary fielding. Did he release it in time? That's the question.
I think he's made it difficult for himself there. He could have released it much before. Kept on sliding with it. Soon realized he's heading towards the cushions. Heading towards the cushions is fine, but not when you're in possession with the ball. And then he got into a contortion as to how he's going to throw it back in play. He himself might be obscuring from this angle. But what does the umpire say? In slow motion, his dugout would be screaming, "Leave it now, leave it now." He eventually has. Now, if his right boot kicking the cushions is the cue, then he's done well. But if something else has been touching before he kicks the cushion, for example, the knee, then it's a different story. Seems to be all right. For an over that started with 6, Yasir has pulled it back brilliantly. And almost got another there. What a way to end the over. 13 gone, 106 for 3. $106 for 3. That's the umpire's room. You've got the third umpire, Vijay Malela, very busy today. Avik is another umpire who's been excellent. Path has decided not to give us a wave. Very seasoned umpires for USPL 2023. Vijay Prakash Malela, the third umpire. One of the busiest today at least. Good dive. And when the captain dives, it sets an example for others too. That made good enough contact. This will fly away for 6. He's one of those very rare players who makes inside out second nature.
It's not an easy shot to play, but hitting with the spin that time, Angelo Pereira, and continues to flourish. This has been such an important knock from the captain. The way that he's been able to rotate strike, and now with Jayasuriya gone, understands that he must flick the switch. The responsibility is on him.
Come on, guys, believe to the area. Come on, believe to the area, boys. Come on.
Another time now where they've struck a maximum in the first couple of deliveries of the over. A young bowler under pressure again.
Making up for that first dot ball and that not being a single. Angelo Pereira finds the fence and beyond. In charge of this run chase, the captain. Now that he's got a start, striking at 200. It's much better. This was the arm ball this in turn. Angelo wants the second one as well. It's the bowler himself after it. Really no one arriving for the backup either. Two more taken. Needed more support there, the youngster.
And something for Gajanan Singh to think about. You look at this team, who we've seen today, Mahez, Mohammed, Shiva Shankar, Sayon Hake, all are 21 years old and younger. So, whilst yes, they'll be exuberant in the field, very athletic, probably one of the better fielding teams in the tournament. In these close situations, there can be a hint of inexperience. So Gajanan Singh, as a leader, as someone who plays international cricket, will need to lead his team at different stages. Stephen Katwaru as well behind the stumps.
Wyatt singles can pepper this run chase now because the captain Angelo Pereira is finding the fences at will. Just sets the tone nicely for the entire over once again when he gets a 6 in the first half of the over. And Jamar Hamilton has been speaking a language of 6s and 4s, especially with the kind of form he is in. I don't think that he'd like to play second fiddle. If it's there to be hit, the ball will disappear.
Yeah, I'm eager to see how he plays in this situation, Hamilton. Because when he came in that last game and got the half century, they were in a spot of bother. 45 for 4 in the 9th over, setting a total. This is different. They're well ahead because of Jayasuriya. Did very well in the domestic 50 over competition. So he needs to show that bit of responsibility, take the game as deep as possible. If these two remain, they'll win the game easily.
43 or 37. With vast spaces, easy singles available to one of the set batters being the captain himself. Wasn't in position as he plays the shot and will not reach. It's the tall Dexter Sween trying to convert that into a catch. Pereira's looking towards the umpire for height. Does the arm go sideways? It does. And by the effect of that, it's going to be a free hit too. Hamilton will reap the reward of a free hit. The field can change now that Angelo is not on strike.
He's very strong down the ground. He'll be searching for that area, but I wonder again, moisture could play a part. They've just slipped out the hands of Mahez. Sween couldn't get there in the end, but it wouldn't have mattered. Now, where can Hamilton find a boundary? Deep cover, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off.
I think he's found one, but behind the keeper, but not doing much. No, it's not going to be a boundary. The ball slows down on its own. Kesrick dawdles towards it. And I think the report card's not looking good for the keeper right now, Katwaru. 14 gone, 120 for 3. And Katwaru realized that he has missed it too.
Come on, boys.
Sridhar, Mr. Konda, Sharad, all cricket connoisseurs. And there is Mr. Lala towards the right of your screen. Mavericks putting up a great show early on. They stayed back to watch the other games too. Kesrick Williams. The captains decided to turn to experience now that the youngsters have leaked runs at a very crucial juncture of the sport. 39 required of 36. It's one-way traffic at the moment with Pereira still in the middle. Wickets are exactly what's required right now to put Chicago Patriots on the back foot. Suddenly Angelo Pereira is going through a phase where full tosses are not his friends anymore. Required rates a comfortable 6.5 at this stage, with 7 wickets in hand and a set batter. Easy wickets required here for Carolina Eagles to stay in the game. Good slower delivery and respectfully played away as well.
Yeah, and regardless of this result, the Eagles will reflect on a lot. They also reflect on the fact that Jamar Hamilton caused destruction a few days ago here at the Broward County Stadium. Came in a real crisis, 45 for 4, and went on the counter attack. Extremely strong down the ground.
Love the long on and long off region. Yes, gave a couple of opportunities as well, but his pure power, even if he missed times, the ball falls over the fence, and that's a problem with a fielder less as well. 36 of 33. Chicago Patriots right now getting it done easily. And some of the shots that we mentioned, the long on and long off region, he loves to go over the top, and that half century coming at a crucial stage to bring the team back, as he made sure that the partnership was stitched with Trump at the other end. 1, 2, 3 for 3 right now, the Patriots. That time they were putting on a good total. Now they're chasing one and in total control at this stage. Kesrick Williams wants to change the angle and try.
And just after seeing that innings, I think it showed you the different gears he's capable of going through, but also how good and adept he is at managing the situation. He was 25 from his first 22 that day. Then his next 13 deliveries, he struck at 250. So really good from Hamilton, ensuring he took the game into the last over and got them to a competitive total, which they won. You're hoping he can take the game deep again and win them it here.
Just over the infield, and that was the idea, not to hit it hard at all. Goransh's got a bullet-like throw. Kesrick Williams at this stage is conceding singles with minimum risk being taken. This was the only time the ball actually went up in the air. Now 3 games, 84 runs, just stressing the point that Nikhil made just moments ago. That strike rate of 158.5 is just tells you that he's a ticking time bomb usually. But today is content playing the second fiddle. For how long is the bigger question. Another single to end the over. 15 gone, 1, 2, 6 for 3, the Patriots.
Triple header tomorrow, as we'll see all the way through the weekend. A fantastic Friday followed by a super Saturday and a sumptuous Sunday to round out the group stages. 21 matches scheduled in group stages. All 7 teams play each other, and plenty of good action to enjoy tomorrow. But before we get there, as we nudge right in towards the late evening skies of Florida, which way is this game going to go? You would think the Patriots should get home comfortably, just 33 to win off 30. And Jamar Hamilton is going to get them even closer. It's a run of ball exactly needed now, as I'm joined by Mike Hazeman.
And that's one of the reasons, of course, he's such a dangerous player. They can actually do this reasonably quickly, I think, the way that he naturally goes about it. They needed to go at 6 runs and over from here. So a boundary nice and early in proceedings of this over is going to put them right on track for 1 or 2 big overs, and that's going to help their net run rate. When it gets to, I think it's going to be pretty tight at the end when we get to the semi-finals and those who qualify. It's the number of wins first, then it's the net run rate. But net run rate could well come into play because of all the rained out games we've had so far. Full day yesterday, some of the other games in the earlier 2 days weren't completed. So plenty to play for.
change up, slower ball. Talk about how you win games defending totals that are about par. I think it's fair to call this about a par, maybe a slightly under par total, because of that fall away or that brilliant fight back from the Patriots, depending upon how you look at it with the ball. 158 posted. And this could be a chance. You need to take wickets is what I was about to say, and that is one. It's come about thanks to a change of pace. And Angelo was just guiding the Patriots home, but he's given it away.
Yeah, he was playing nicely. He would have loved to have steered this ship home, but it's not to be. He lost control, it looks like it, at the end of this. Ended up being a bit of a one-handed stroke. And camping underneath that comfortably was Swain, who took that easily. And so the skipper was on his way. Not very happy about things by the looks of things. 41 off 24, 131 for 4.
Well, Ali Sheikh's sole innings in this year's USPL was an adventurous one. Only faced 3 balls and he made 12. And that includes his dismissal, 6 and out. So if he can do the same, it would bring that finish line into sight. I think the umpire is just wanting maybe a change in the ball. Mike, before the fallout wicket, I was just talking about how you needed to take wickets when you're defending those sort of average totals. And the way to do that is by bowling your wicket-taking bowlers. I was really surprised to see Yasser Mohammed taken out of the attack.
Just another look at that dismissal. There's the lack of control from Pereira. Swing had so much time to get underneath that. He would have fancied going right over the top. For some reason, he lost complete strength behind it with that bottom hand coming off. Not sure why that would happen. But yeah, leg spinners, I mean, traditionally leg spinners are so dangerous in T20 cricket, and when sides try and get runs as quickly as they can, or they know they've got to get runs if they get into a tight situation, it's the rest spinners that come into the game and suddenly can turn things quite dramatically. But yeah, I would have thought he's worth continuing to try, because there's a wicket taker. Those sort of guys are always wicket takers, potential wicket takers.
Tickled round the corner. This excellent strike rate for Sheikh's going to continue with couple of runs from his first delivery. And to build on that, Mike, you're not going to win this game if you're the Carolina Eagles by restricting the runs. It's not going to happen. You have to take wickets. He just got the big wicket of Shehan Jayasuriya. He then would have had the 2 right-handers on strike to bowl to, and now Sheikh is now in. Just feels to me like a misstep. This one's cut away. And it's another one. It's 2 in the over. It's a giveaway from Ali Sheikh. Banged into the surface by Cyan Hackett, and he's found 2 in the over.
He has indeed, and he likes scoring runs quickly. We know that, Ali Sheikh. So this is quite a turnaround. Little twist maybe. In there for some distance. Again, comfortably behind that. So this is very valuable stuff. As you said quite correctly, Andrew, the only way they're going to get up is picking up wickets. They picked up 2 in no time. Sheikh goes for a couple. 133 for 5 now. Still 5 left though. So he's not just leaving at the moment, because they just want to have a check of that catch. just to make sure it was taken nice and cleanly. It looked clean enough to me. 2 hands. Yep, fingers underneath that ball, so that's fine. As far as I'm concerned, it's fine anyway. It's the third umpire that's going to be making the call, not me. As far as I'm concerned, it looks absolutely perfect. Need to just perhaps go back and have a quick look at the front foot as well.
Must be horribly torturous as a batter that you've played a shot you don't want to remember. You've been dismissed, and then the reserve umpire down right on the boundary edge, he doesn't let you get out off the field of play just in case. You can see there's no problems with the front foot. Horrible feeling. You're kind of not getting out once but twice.
Not a no ball, that's for sure. You can actually leave the field these days, so that the umpire doesn't need to stop them from leaving the field of play. That's regulation, I think. Third umpire can go and sit down. He can relax because the wicket has been confirmed.
Didier Ganesan in at number 7. He gets off the mark immediately. It'll be a single to close out a double wicket over. 2 for Hackett. It's 134 for 5. Really good contributions from that Sri Lankan middle order. 2 players who know each other very well, Shane Jayasuriya and Angelo Pereira. Just as the finish line has come into sight, they've had a wobble. Now, if I'm the captain, you know who I'm going to bowl, Mike. Who is going to bowl here?
I do indeed. Yasir is going to be introduced if you're captain. However, what have we got?
There he is. Oh, telepathically I got the message out there.
He's been spotted. So suddenly 2 in the 1 over. They're going to be looking for another wicket here.
You talk about wrist spinners, particularly young wrist spinners like Yasir Mohammed. His debut internationally as a teenager for the United States. Give them a chance to shine in big moments on big stages. They'll improve and they'll get better and better. He may not win this game for the Carolina Eagles. That for me doesn't matter. Give him a chance to show his skills. Imagine the confidence boost he would get. He picks up a couple here and turns this game on its head. Oh, inside edge off the foot of the keeper. Run out chance. Oh, I think a direct hit would have been gone. It's all happened in that delivery.
I think it might have been gone too had there been a direct hit. Certainly looking for some hurry on there. Let's have a look at this. Had this connected with those stumps. Quick release. Good work. No, he would have been safe.
Now here's the matchup. Yasir Mohammed to the powerful and ever so dangerous Jamar Hamilton. I'm going to make a big call. Mohammed gets him this over. Maybe the Patriots will come up short. Starts with a dot ball to him. Can he get the big wicket that they need?
He's not happy, that's for sure. 10 he's got. What do they need? 24 required. It's wide. Put away quite comfortably. That's going to go for 4. That's important. Important boundary.
Has it just kissed the boundary rope? A magnificently athletic effort. I think it's Anderson Mahays again who took the catch in the previous over. We're going to have the boundary check. Made up such quick ground, didn't he, towards the end?
Yeah, he did. We'll have to have another look, but I think it hit that advertising cushion. Yeah, it did. It just rolled up. But he would have been unsighted because he was herring after it. Just hit the rope, actually, and rolled up. That's how he was able to grab it as he did a somersault. There's the connection with the advertising cushion.
Has to be in these 3 balls now, doesn't it? Mohammed, you're always going to concede a boundary or 2 as a wrist spinner. Can he find a way to tempt Jamar Hamilton into giving his side a chance? It's a little bit too flat, I felt. Toss one up, try to get him caught. Long off, wide long off, or maybe a straight long on. It's a little seamer he's bowled. Another run out chance, but safely home.
Yeah, you're dead right. He's actually got to bowl with some flight. Bit of flight and goal. Try and get the batsman looking to go down the ground and hope he slices it. No dramas. Under 20 now.
You got to trust your leg break, your stock delivery as a wrist spinner, particularly as it's turning away from the right-hander. Not now this ball. He might go with the googly here. That's what he does go with. This is the time to be brave. It's 18 to win off 19. You get Jamar Hamilton out this ball, you can still win the game. Toss up the leg break, you've nothing to lose.
If he does that, Hamilton's eyes are going to light up.
Big appeal, thuds into the pad. Given! Mohammed roars! They've got the wrist spinner back into the game, and the game has turned as a consequence. He's probably flirting with the leg stump. An umpire's call at best, but the finger's gone up. And Mohammed has struck.
Yeah, I think we've got to remember there are 3 stumps there, and I think it might have been just hitting that leg stump, but it was very close indeed. Hamilton on his way looks very disappointed. Let's have a look and see the line. Is it going to be just clipping that leg stump? Might have been just missing that leg stump, actually. Might have been just missing leg stump. But we don't have DRS to have a second look at it. He's clearly very pumped up. It's the first time he flighted something, and certainly straight away picked up a wicket. So Hamilton trudges off for 15. 141 for 6 now.
Well, Gajanan Singh now turns to himself. It's spin from both ends. I think we've got a late twist in our hands. I said if Hamilton was dismissed that over. That's the leg break that was just flirting with the leg stump. Maybe umpires call at best, but the decision's gone his way now. He's involved in the field too. Do we have a late twist, Mike Aisman?
Well, it's the perfect situation for the Carolina Eagles. 2 guys at the crease who have virtually got no runs. Another look at the dismissal. Is it missing leg stump? I think it might have been. fellow leg spinner. What do you think?
Couldn't disagree more. Smashing leg stump. Well bowled, Yasir Mohammed. Outstanding.
Sometimes you are so predictable.
Consistency in a world gone mad, Mike. You've got to love your leg spinners. They're brilliant for the game. Round arm, flatter by Singh. I just sense this is game on here. I know you say 15 off 15, the batting side should win. With Mohammed with an over up his sleeve, he has to bowl the 19th. I just wonder, could the Carolina Eagles pull this out of the hat?
It will be brave for him to bowl the 19th, though. They'll be trying to drag it to the last over, somehow. These next 3 deliveries cannot go for a boundary at all.
Brave bowling from the skipper. Yeah, sometimes it's almost counterintuitive, isn't it? As a spin bowler, at times of kind of panic or under duress, you feel naturally as though you should bowl flatter and quicker. But actually taking the pace off the ball, particularly on a surface like this, isn't actually a bad call. Screaming at the Afghan bowlers to do that to Maxwell, and the quicker they bowled, the quicker he departed them out of the ground. Trust your spin bowling. Nicely bowled by Singh.
Have a look how much drying of the ball Singh has to do. He's not actually doing it this time. He just wants to get this next delivery done and finished. Before that last ball, he took the towel and he was rubbing the ball, for the towel from the umpire, rubbing the ball, getting it nice and dry.
You guys are one!
Quickly run 2 to close out the 18th. I think we're going all the way to the final over. It's 147 for 6.
Quick.
12 to win off 12. Every intuition is screaming that this game is only going one way. Yasir Mohammed has an over up his sleeve. Surely he has to bowl the 19th and give them a chance to win the game.
I got some bad news for you.
No, don't.
Have a look out the window.
I'm looking at my monitor. I'm
Have
not looking out the window.
Have a look at your monitor almost now.
I don't want to look out the window now.
Look now.
Oh, it's Kesrick Williams. It's the maestro himself. He goes with a slower ball. I'm not sure if Gajanan Singh has made the right call here. I think Williams had to bowl the 20th. Yasir Mohammed had to bowl the 19th.
I think this is the crucial over, though. This is the one that's got to be really tight. First couple of overs only went for 8. And he's bowled, well, at the moment, 3 overs and 1 delivery and 7 dot balls, none for 15. So he's experienced. Over number 19 in these situations are absolutely key. Try and stretch it as much as it possibly can for the last over. 8 bowlers used.
Down the leg side, it's come off something of a leading edge. It just plugs in the surface. Think about the second. You should have gone for it. They would have got there. But it will just be one. Could be any one of 7 bowlers to bowl the 20th. I actually don't know which one it's going to be.
I mean, why can you use 8 bowlers? I mean, I don't know why that's happened. 8 bowlers have been used. It's quite astonishing, really.
Well, maybe Gajanan Singh is just teasing me and saying that he's holding back Yasir Mohammed for the 20th.
Had to download some new software to get the 8 bowlers in. The mini bowling card.
Sometimes see that in an ODI, but very rare in a T20 match. 8 bowlers used. Williams round the wicket now. Goes into the pad. Big appeal. Very, very difficult from around the wicket to get it to pitch in line and go on to hit the stumps. Williams was convinced, but Trump survives. Leg by given, no bat involved.
It is difficult because he's got a little bit of a round arm these days. It was never from a very high spot. So it's a round arm. I think it's pitching just outside leg. I think it's a very good decision, actually. I think it was adjacent, but it's pitching just outside leg.
A little similar to one South Africa erroneously reviewed today. Very good decision for me, Brian Kane. Singles from every ball, although one of them was a leg by. That makes it 8 to win off 8. You sense a wicket and maybe a dot or a 1 is needed here. Make it 7 or 8 off the final over.
You would certainly think they can't give away more than 2 runs for starters. A wicket will be a huge, huge bonus. It would certainly complicate things a bit. That's in the air. Is this going to be out? Should be out. Should be easily taken. It is by the captain. And he was a bit surprised himself that he happened to grab it at the last moment. So that is an important wicket. It's a dot ball as well. And that is crucial.
Told you if Yasser Mohammed got Jamar Hamilton out in that over, we had a game on our hands. And I think, if anything, the Patriots, well, they're stuttering. I don't think they're going to get over the line here. Good skills from Kesrick Williams. It's a little off-cutter and real drama. Trump, all he could do was find a juggling and almost shocked and relieved skipper of the Carolina Eagles, Gajanan Singh, who takes the catch. Trump's gone for 2. The Patriots in a muddle, 151 for 7. Well, just the kind of man you would like in a crisis, and it is a crisis for the Patriots. I'm not quite sure how they've got themselves into this muddle, but Shadi van Schalkwyk, it is to the crease at number 9, 8 to win off 7. And a little cutter from Williams. Van Schalkwyk wants the second. The throw has to go to the keeper, but it's well wide of him. And he'll get home for a couple. It'll be 6 to win off the final over. 153 for 7. Well, you won't quite believe this. It's going to be Gajanan Singh himself to bowl the 20th and final over. The Chicago Patriots, they need 6 to win off 6. They're big favourites. Can the captain, with a big smile on his face and his part-time off breaks, pull it out of the fire for the Carolina Eagles?
And they've lost a fielder outside the circle as well because they're slow over rates.
This goes straight up into the air. Catch, it's the call. It's going to land safely. And Van Schalkwyk, he wants to take the responsibility. He says no to the second. I think he might have got there. 5 to win off 5 now.
So the fielders clearly, the long off and long on have got to be covered. So there's 2 of the 4 only you're allowed to have outside. Certainly got underneath that, tried to chip it all the way, but it was never going to have the strength. Five from 5.
Inside edge. This time a little bit more round arm. I think he's going to go flatter and quicker to Van Schalkwyk, and then I think he's going to toss it up here to Aditya. Brave bowling from Gajanan Singh.
And square on the offside, Mount it long off as well, Mount it long on. Now don't want to be at deep forward square on the leg side.
Just be a single. Is this going down to the final ball? Got to ice this chase and ice it now if you're the Patriots. Can Van Schalkwyk find a boundary?
He's looking pretty calm. Sort of player who would dine out on this if he can hit a boundary to win the game, to steer them home. There'll be no air, I'm sure, from Singh. It'll be fairly flat. I don't think he'll be putting any great turn on it because the ball will be quite slippery.
Speared in, back at Singh. Has he got a touch on that? He says yes. The finger goes up. It twists. It turns again. And the high five is straight for Yasir Mohammed. Oh, Gajanan Singh, can you pull this out of the fire?
So Gajanan Singh takes a very good catch, which surprised himself about 5 minutes ago. Then when it comes to the last over, he decides he's going to bowl it. And then he just flicks this onto the stumps. Driven back to him. Don't know if he tried to stop it and it was just unlucky. I guess it is unlucky they went back on the stumps, but he was quite happy, and he will tell his teammates in the change room, if they get up in particular, that he did it on purpose.
You made the good point earlier. Those non-strikers were backing up a long, long way, and they've paid the price this time. Aditya's run out for 12. It's 156 for 8. Two to win off 2 deliveries, 3 to win, excuse me, 2 for the tie. Shadli Van Schalkwyk on strike. She cannot believe it. Remember, no super overs in the group stages. Surely we're not going to have another game with 1 point apiece. It's going to go down to the final delivery. Can they get the second? Can Van Schalkwyk get back onto strike? Well, the throw was so wide. They're going to, are they? Yes! Oh dear, calamity of errors there. All the fielder needed to do was hold the ball. He didn't need to throw it in. And the scores are level.
They'd stopped. They'd stopped running. They weren't interested in coming back.
Okay, breaking news. We may have a super over yet if this is a dot or a wicket.
They weren't running until that throw went astray. It was actually good game awareness, and then they decided to go through.
One to win. The field comes in. Can Gajanan Singh somehow extract a dot ball or find a wicket? Tension, nerves, drama everywhere. What a finish to the first full T20 of the USPL. They're going to try scamper a single. Gajanan Singh runs him out. I think we're going to the super over. Keep those floodlights on. Don't go home yet. Oh my.
How extraordinary. What a finish to this game. They were absolutely coasting. Absolutely coasting. The skipper decided to take a catch. Then he decided to turn things around with a run out. He decided to bowl the last over, which is important, and now he's got another run out. Unbelievable stuff. But guess what? His job isn't finished yet. Super overs. There's all sorts of things to think about with a super over. He needs to get the assistance from the coach to make sure they make the right decisions. But what a finish. What a finish.
Well, we called it, didn't we? We said there was a twist. And Gajanan Singh, he's the hero, he's the man. I don't know what Van Schalkwyk was trying to do. He's ended up just paddling it straight back to Gajanan Singh. He's been run out by 10 yards, Mikey. 10 yards. And look, he goes straight over to Sheen. who was the one with the errant throw, and he says, "Don't talk to me. If you didn't throw it, we'd have won it. We wouldn't be going to the Super Over."
He threw the ball away as well. Oh, goodness me. Right, now they've got to regroup here. I think I know who's going to be bowling the Super Over.
Well, this is the shot of the tournament for me. You don't need to understand any language to know what's going on here. Carmi LaRue was already sprinting through, but Vanchkalpate gave it up. Now watch Gajanan Singh. He says, "Don't talk to me. Don't talk to me. We don't want it, man."
And then the ball just disappears back to the umpire, throws it away. That is just outstanding.
Okay, so a reminder on how the Super Over will work. Remember, the side that are currently batting, they will bat first. 3 batters will be nominated. Obviously 2 will come out at the same time. 6 balls for each team. The side that scores more runs wins. It's as simple as that. And just a limited reminder, because it's the group stage, we only have 1 over for the Super Over. If they tie again, it is a tie. So we could have a tie yet. And the way these 2 sides have been, well, failing to get over the line, I wouldn't rule that out. Gajanan Singh, the hero, though, he took the big call upon his own shoulders, a little bit like Shehan Jayasuriya did in the first innings with those part-time off breaks, and he proved hugely effective. 3 overs, none for 16, but it doesn't paint the picture. He was the hero. And remarkable scenes. The first T20 we've had, a full T20, match number 12. We're off to overtime. We're up to the Super Over.
It's an extraordinary game, this one. Rajdeep, 75 off 38. Looks like they were going to get close to the 200 mark. Then they fell apart, and in the end only got to the 158 mark. Then suddenly the Patriots are winning quite easily when they had a chance to bat. Then things collapsed for them when Jayasuriya started getting out. Pereira also got out. And then all these wickets tumbled right towards the end. Lost their last 4 wickets for 7 runs. At one stage, they lost 3 wickets for 1 run. Unbelievable stuff. What a game.
Okay, Mikey, come on. We've seen 8 bowlers used. Who's bowling the Super Over? Lucky dip.
I'll let you know one thing. It's not Yasser. I'll narrow it down.
He's warming up. What are you talking about, Mikey? It could be Yasser.
I'll narrow it down to 2 bowlers. The captain. It's going to be hard to get the ball out of his hand. And then Kesrick Williams, surely. He's got to do it.
Yeah, I think Kesrick Williams is probably the more likely call with all of his experience and his accuracy. And there's dance moves for the Super Over. Someone's enjoying the DJ's tunes right there. I think it's Jamar Hamilton.
Hamilton from the Caribbean, yeah. Why wouldn't you do that?
Gotta be a bit of Bungie Garland playing, I reckon. Bungie gets everyone going. I don't know what time the floodlights end here at the Broward Stadium, but we've got enough time. We're not going home yet. These ground staff haven't slept in 3 days. They literally have not left the central Broward County Stadium. They can't believe it. How, oh how, have we ended up at a Super Over, Mike?
They're going to spend about 4 hours tomorrow morning, I reckon, of the massage part of the ground staff. That's making sure they get their body sorted out. They had such a torrid time yesterday when all the covers were blowing off. They had to come out and bring them back on and hammer them down again. Did that about 3 times. But here we go. All set for the Super Over. These Super Overs are so much fun. They really are. Kesrick Williams also just jiving a bit as well. So they look pretty relaxed. Hamilton and Kesrick.
Well, a great call by the USPL team to have Super Overs. It's something we've become accustomed to. And even though they're long days with 3 group games every day, nobody wants to go home. Look at the camaraderie. Kesrick says, "Don't hit me for any 6s, not in the Super Over. I've got a good record to protect here."
I wonder why Hamilton is not facing the first delivery. I would have preferred, I think, if I was captain of the Chicago Patriots, to have Hamilton facing at the start of the over, the start of the Super Over. Never know the damage that he can cause. If the ball is nice and tight, the line is nice and tight at off stump against Jaya Surya, he's going to find it hard to get away.
So here we go, 6 balls for each of the two teams. It's only going to be 6 balls. We can't go to another super over. Kesrick Williams to bowl it. Starts with a little slower ball and it just lands in the middle of no man's land. They'll get back for a couple. As Jaya Surya is on strike, picks up 2.
Hamilton getting the legs moving pretty quickly. So now that ball's wet. That's the problem with that. Hence all the work that Kesrick is putting on that ball. Mind you, these days, the players mainly, those experienced players, and he's one of them for sure, are used to playing with the ball with a bit of dew, having to dry it all the time and work with it.
Goes at a full pace. Clever bowling. Wasn't just the fact it was the variation from the first ball, but the angle into the pads meant that Jaya Surya couldn't get it away.
What's a tough total? What do you think is a tough total in a super over?
You want double digits, don't you?
I think so.
As the batting side. But maximums are what it's all about. We saw Logan van Beek, didn't we? Netherlands, West Indies, down in the Takashinga ground in Zimbabwe. Jamar Hamilton very capable of clearing the ropes.
I'd be thinking that 12 to 14, somewhere around that, maybe 14. That's probably the target you want to set.
Good fielding, really excellent. That's a run save for me. Picked up cleanly on what's a very heavy outfield, and there's one very nervous Chicago Patriots owner. She won't be able to believe it if they lose this super over.
Just quietly, Kesrick Williams has done a fine job here. Halfway through, he's only conceded 4 runs. So if they want to go to where I'm talking, they need to get around about 8 to 10 runs from the last 3, which is not impossible.
Slower ball takes all the pace away from Jaya Surya to work with, and Garanshu Sharma again fields well. 5 from 4 balls. Definitely the Carolina Eagles have their nose in front. What entertainment here in Florida. The USPL 2023.
Yeah, this is brilliant. 2 points to play for here, and these 2 points are so critical. We've got Sun tomorrow, Sun the next day, Sun for 2 days after that. Then we're stuck in the semis and the finals.
Outstanding. I think they're going to take on the second, and understandably, run out chance. Direct hit would have been gone by miles, but Jamar Hamilton will get back on strike. She's trying to believe. I think they need a 4 or a 6 though.
I agree with you. They definitely need that. 2 won't be enough. 4 or 6 will certainly put a total on the board. It'll be challenging. He's the right man to face as well for the last ball. If he can get his breath back.
He just kept it very simple, hasn't he, Kesrick Williams? Great credit to him. I think 2 full on-pace Yorkers, 3 slower balls, and a little bow before he delivers this one.
Third man up inside the circle.
Misses it. No ball is the call. More drama. And a knee stuck in the turf too. And what's the no ball given for? Front foot is what umpire Kane says. We'll see if we can bring it to you. That means a free hit is to follow. That's somewhat immaterial. The extra ball, absolutely not. And now 1 short signal. We've had it all this evening, Mikey. What's going on out there?
Goodness me. So we just need to have a look at a couple of things just to confirm what's going on. So short run was definitely signalled. I did hear someone call no ball, but maybe that wasn't the umpire. I'll have to get confirmation of that also. So Brian's pretty good with his no ball calls. Let's have a look. Oh my goodness, that is huge. That is a big no ball. What an error that is when you've done such a good job for the first 5 deliveries and then you overstep like that by some distance.
What about our scoring team, Mikey? They think they're done for the day. Then the super over is called. Now they've got to work a way out to score this no ball, and what we also think is 1 short. Oh, not too sure on that end. Kesrick Williams is trying to say it's one short. Not for me, it was definitely a no ball.
And the next concern is the fact that there's a free hit coming up. That's a massive problem for Kesrick Williams after doing such a fine job in the first 5 deliveries.
It wasn't one short. The no ball call was spot on the money. It was almost as though Kesrick Williams tried to convince him, talk him into the fact that it was one short. And from our evidence that we've been able to provide, it wasn't. So his arms should fold across his chest. He'll remove the one short decision, but he'll keep the no ball decision. Some very technical umpiring detail we're getting into. We think it will be a no ball and 2 runs, which will bring the total to 10, and now the free hit to come.
And he's the man to get it right.
For me, I think the correct call here is the no ball, which he got spot on the money. The 2 runs that they have run, so that makes it 3 in total. And because it's a no ball, it has to be re-bowled. So therefore it's a free hit. So there'll be 1 more delivery bowled, and I think the Patriots will have a total of 10 to build upon. There's some that speculated about a post-midnight finish at some point in these group stages. Might be doing it here on Thursday. Oh, it was our square leg umpire who called that one short. We know it's a no ball. We know it's 2 runs to the total, and the free hit will income now after this. There it is. We waited long and hard for that, Lasso.
Other hurdy-gurdy. I love the hurdy-gurdy call. Free hit.
Okay, and the graphics and the scoring team are staying with us. Great work from them. So 10 to score. A little bonus ball to add to the super over. They cannot be out though. Jamar Hamilton on strike. Kesrick Williams to bowl it. And it's going to cost, well, it will cost 1 because of the misfield and a little slip. All happening out there. One thing for certain, the Patriots will have 11, meaning the Carolina Eagles, it's going to be 12 to win the super over.
Kesrick Williams somehow got out of that. Somehow. Can't make that sort of mistake and not get punished in the super over, but it's happened. He's done it. And he has slept a little bit. I hope he's going to be okay because he's just starting to limp a little bit as well. Oh, he's just grabbed his hamstring. Let's hope he's going to be fine for the games coming up. Yep, he's hobbling a bit now, cursing at the grass. Obviously it's been a little bit wet out there.
Yeah, that particular part where he slipped here, that's actually one of the wettest parts. You can just see, just there. No real damage done, let's hope. Great entertainer. Kesrick Williams, really good to watch. He'll be reasonably satisfied. Back his teammates, particularly if it's Gajanan Singh and Rajdeep Darbar, who'd be the 2 I would expect to come out for the Carolina Eagles. They will need 12 to win. Let's hope that Kesrick Williams' glute or his hamstring are okay. Super over sensation here in Florida.
This is going to be a terrific super over. It really is. That's a target. 12 to win. 6 balls for 2 points. So a little bit of practicing going on. Chicago Patriots going through a couple of drills, a couple of catching drills. That's sensible. I hope the balls are a little bit greasy, just to sort of test them a little bit more, because that's probably going to happen also. Once they get out there, it just takes the 1 ball to go across that grass, and it's going to be wet. That's going to be a challenge for the bowlers straight away. And of course, these bowlers haven't bowled for a while. That's the other thing about it.
And it looks really like it's going to be Carmi LaRue, which I think is a good call. He's got that array of on-pace and off-pace deliveries. When he comes in and hits the deck with that short ball in particular, can be very difficult to get away. But if Rajdeep Darbar bats in any way like he did in the game itself, maybe the Carolina Eagles can pull this one almost from the depths of hell. They were dead and buried, weren't they? But somehow They've turned it all around. This is what we've got to look forward to tomorrow. And when I say tomorrow, it could be today anytime soon as we seep ever further towards midnight here local time. Phillies United will take on the New York Cowboys in the morning game, then the Maryland Mavericks against the California Golden Eagles. And that game in the evening time, the Carolina Eagles against the NJ Titans, depending upon this result, could be massive for the semi-final picture.
And all three of those games will be in bright sunshine, so that'll be terrific cricket to watch tomorrow. Right, here we go. Ball selection time. It's got a very simple action, simple run-up, very economical. Certainly gets a good bounce, release from a good height. Does LaRue. Doesn't strain himself too much in delivery, so he's unlikely to overstep from a no-ball perspective. So I think we can say he's going to be okay from that point of view. Angelo Pereira decides to say to the bowler, no, that's not good enough. He wanted something a little bit older. That's not a bad call, actually.
Maybe he wants to go that little bit softer, doesn't he, if anything? Looks certainly like it's going to be Carmi LaRue. So 11 was the total that the Chicago Patriots have ended up with. And no boundaries within that over, would you believe? It was really well executed right up until the final ball by Kesrick Williams. A couple followed by 3 singles, and then a couple before the cardinal error at the end allowed the extra delivery. Really good skills, great experience from Kesrick Williams.
It really is quite amazing with these two guys that came out to bat for the Patriots that there wasn't a boundary scored. That's a really good performance. Really good work. The only error that was made really was the no ball, overstepping and having the ball that free hit. He got away with that. Here's confirmation of the overstepping. And he had to go through some extra effort. But it was dragged straight back to him, but this is where he just damaged himself a little bit. Just a little bit of a slip, which can happen, I guess, at this time of night on any field when there's a bit of dew around as well. So he's not very happy about that. He was pointing to it just after it happened, pointing to the grass. So game on. 12 to win. This is going to be terrific to watch.
Well, I think it's fitting we have the super over. They say the best things in life are worth waiting for. We've had to wait a little bit to get into the full action of this United States Premier League 2023. Because on the first 2 days, almost all of our games were affected by the weather. And then yesterday on day 3, well, it was a complete washout. There was flooding all across the state of Florida. Some of it really extreme. Best part of 100 millimeters of rain. And miraculously, the ground staff have got us fit to play today. Not in the morning game, we missed out on that. We had an abridged game 2, which was match 11 in total. And now in match 12, the first one that's gone the full 20 overs, we've taken it all the way to the super over, and the Carolina Eagles are going to need 12 runs to pull out the most extraordinary and remarkable victory.
Hackett's already got 15. The shots he's been playing, warming up.
Well, this is pretty remarkable, what we're about to tell you. Gajanan Singh doesn't surprise me in any way, but we absolutely presumed that it would be Rajdeep Darbar, given his batting form in the first innings where he struck at 197. He's not even padded up. It's going to be Sayan Hackett and then Garanshu Sharma at number 3. We're going to triple check that it's not because Darbar was substituted as the impact player. But if that's not the case, if he wasn't substituted as the impact player, a big call not to go with him. He was outstanding with the bat.
I agree.
I think it'll be the skipper likely to take the strike. He batted beautifully as well, didn't he? 40 off 28. he made. He's doing it all. He's batting, he's bowling, he's fielding, he's running people out, he's taking catches, he's giving out to his teammates.
And captaining.
I'll tell you something, if he gets them over the line in this super over, for me, he'd be the player of the match. Because he's done it all. Pressure on Carmi LaRue. Who's going to hold their nerve? Left-handed bowler to left-handed batter. 12 runs required to win. Here we go, it's all on the line. 12 to win, 2 a ball. Starts right into the block hole, but Singh opens it up, should pick up a couple. 2 runs per ball needed, 2 from the first.
Done easily enough. He's difficult to bowl to too, Gurjanath Singh. So LaRue's going to have to be absolutely spot on. I would imagine after that first delivery, he might be thinking about getting underneath him or going straighter than that last one.
Really good Yorker. Such good skills from LaRue. Don't think they'll be able to risk the second this time, particularly with it being Van Schalkwyk, the fielder. So Sion Hackett, well, he's the wild card in the deck. How have they gone with him and not Darbar? It's Garanshu Sharma who looks like he's going to be called upon if there is a wicket. Now, can Sion Hackett be the hero? He bowled nicely.
Yeah, for those who don't know, it can only be the 1 wicket. If there's 2 wickets, it's all done. Very good repeatable action from LaRue. Puts no strain and stress on his body.
Big swing, big heave into the leg side. It's going to be all down to that man, Gurjanath Singh, the skipper of the Eagles. Might be slipping away, 8 to win off 3, has to find a boundary.
So what LaRue's doing is bowling full. He's trying to bowl Yorkers, trying to get it right up there in the block hole. The danger of that, of course, is it can get underneath it if it's not exactly in the right spot and hit high and long straight down the ground. I'm not sure they'll be trying any of those scoop shots at this stage.
Edged and edged for 4. Past the outstretched arm of the keeper. I tell you where this one's going, Mikey. It's going to be a tie, isn't it? We're going to have a 2 and a single, and it's going to be a point apiece.
I'm trying to work out who LaRue is saying sorry to. He's just shaking his head and apologising. It was above waist height. That's a no ball. It's above waist height.
Well, this is really tight, isn't it? I'm not sure whether they've asked for the third umpire, so I don't think it's going up. We didn't see no ball signalled. That for me was over waist height.
Got away with it.
4 to win off 2. Singh's only going to get a single. It'll be 2 for the tie, 2 for a point apiece, 3 to win. They won't run 3 here, so it's any boundary to win for Sion Hackett. Otherwise, the Patriots will get out of trouble.
Just imagine standing upright in the crease with the belt on. Is this above the belt? Sure is. Knees are crouched, but I think that's above the belt if he's standing upright in the crease.
He's not a tall man. Here we go. If it's a tie again, it will be a tie. 2 to tie, 3 to win. Hit away! And it's hit all the way! Sion Hackett! Oh, you beauty! Yasir Mohammad's pumped up. So too is Gurjanath Singh. The Patriots, they cannot believe it. And somehow, I don't think either of us will be able to explain how the Carolina Eagles have taken the win in the most dramatic of fashion with a maximum from the final ball of the extra over. 2 full tosses in that final over from LaRue. That was what cost it, and the Eagles soar to victory.
What an extraordinary finish. What an unbelievable game. Wickets fell in the standard part of the game. Took us to the super over, then this action. And a magnificent shot from Hackett to finish. LaRue just lost his rhythm. Didn't get it right at all, and it got the treatment. This is the delivery. Full toss again. That goes for 6. Smashed out of the ground. He knew it then, right there. That's when he knew it, and I think so did LaRue. What a shot. Long levers, and he smacked it a mile.
I'll tell you what that is, Mikey. That's a home run. Isn't it fitting? We're on American soil. It was a full toss. Baseball. That's out of there. That's what they call a walk-off home run. As soon as he hit it, he knew it. Look at Yasser Mohammed in the background. He's leapt over the hoardings. That's gone 420 feet over left centre field, all the way for 6. What a game of cricket. What entertainment. And Mohammed, he says, come on, boys. Gerald Coetzee has got nothing on him.
There's the guy that got him to the super over with that final over that he bowled. Disappointment, of course, for LaRue. That's a bit of a learning curve. He bowled so well initially, then suddenly, first 3 balls are really good, but then suddenly didn't quite get in the right areas. A couple of full tosses got pumped, and that cost them in the end. So really good stuff. They're celebrating big time. Really well done from the Carolina Eagles. They'll be so happy with this victory, so happy with these 2 points. They are going to be so crucial as we go closer on. And we come back tomorrow, they'll be fired up. And that's going to be a big change. The change room for the Carolina Eagles is going to be eager to get out there and play. Unfortunately, the Chicago Patriots, not so much.
Extraordinary game of cricket. The ebb and the flow throughout both innings, let alone then the super over that followed, was really quite something. The way in which at first the Patriots just looked so much in control, but those 2 wickets from the leg spinner Yasser Mohammed, they turned the game. The 2 big ones of Jamar Hamilton and Chehan Jayasuriya, and then Gajanan Singh, even though he's not up there as a wicket taker, he held his nerve in the final over 2.
Extraordinary thing is they were going at 10 and over at the halfway mark, so they were 100 on the board. They'd only lost the 1 wicket at that stage, 2 wickets actually at that stage, and they were going at 10 and over, and they were coasting, and we were talking at potentially close to 200 mark. No, they didn't get that far, that's for sure. And in the end, it was amazing stuff. The way that things happened, amazing, unbelievable. I can't believe also that they used so many bowlers. That's just quite astounding. 8 bowlers used in total, including the impact player. And Yasser bowling 3, picking up 2 for 24. Hackett, 2 for 18 as well off 2 overs, so he did a fine job of the ball, and then also starred in the super over. And Keswick was terrific as well with his 4 overs, 1 for 19.
Yeah, big mention for Keswick Williams. I think you're spot on. Look at that economy rate in the context of a game where everyone was going at 8, 9 and over. 4.75. Well, we had to wait yesterday, didn't we? Torrential rain and flooding all across Florida. But it has been worth the wait here for match 12. The local time, well, it's after 11 p.m. I think the floodlights are due to turn off at 11, but they've stayed on to bring us that super over. The game was tied, and in the most dramatic of fashions, on the very final delivery of that super over, Cyan Hackett smashed it away, all the way for an almighty maximum to break the Patriots and particularly Carmi LaRue's hearts. A brilliant game of cricket. Okay, let's get down pitch side to Roshni to hear all of the post-match reaction.
Welcome to the USPL post-match presentation for match number 12 between the Carolina Eagles and the Chicago Patriots. And what a game it was, the first super over of the tournament, and Carolina Eagles have taken the win. With me, I have Mr. Sean Gujaral, the co-owner of the New York Cowboys, who will present the Man of the Match award to Rajdeep Durbar for his 75 off 38 with 12 fours and 3 sixes. Rajdeep, first off, what are the emotions? I mean, the way the game took place, those wickets, and especially leading into a super over.
I think bowlers did a terrific job. It was overall a team effort. I can say like 158 when you like defending 150 on this such a track, which is if you one settle in, you can play your strokes. But the way Gajanan, Kazrik, and the outfielders, the way they like fielding was outstanding. That's why we pulled the game to the super over, and I think that's the credit goes to like all the team effort, overall team effort. Yeah.
And in the batting, I mean, that innings that you played, going out there and just hitting it the way you did, and with the bowling, 8 bowlers were used. So that just shows, you know, the variations you guys have, some of the part-time bowlers coming in and taking those wickets.
Yeah, it is like if you, as we spoke, Gajanan told as a captain that if you hit the right lengths and bowl to your field, it's not that easy to hit. So that's how I think we executed well in batting and bowling ball.
And lastly, what does it mean to you and to the team to register your first win in the USPL, and especially a win like that?
Yeah, it is always feel better when you score runs, but if your team wins, it's like a different feeling. It's not like you can explain with words, but you can feel it for sure.
Well, you guys play New Jersey Titans tomorrow, so all the best.
Thank you, Ross.
Well, gorgeous thoughts gotten across to Roshni. What a marvellous day of cricket today. What a great way to finish it out with a historic super over and a final ball 6 to win it. That's what we've got though tomorrow. 3 games. And it all starts with the Phillies United against the New York Cowboys. But keep your eyes on those Eagles. They'll be under the floodlights again. Can they soar up to the top of the table with what will be a cracking contest around it today against the New Jersey Titans? We can't thank you enough for joining us on what's been the most brilliant day of action. We've loved every second of it today, and the great news is we go again tomorrow with those 3 games. Thanks so much for joining us. It's good night from Florida.